Indulgence with the face slapping, 14, shadowless sect, 3 completed recipes, disqualified. Tian Xian sect, 5 completed recipes, barely pass. Moon Slicer sect. Following each result of the judges from the medicine sect, there were many frowns and tense faces, but more were leaning towards the frustrated expression as a result of their failure. There are a total of 12 recipes given out this year. To be able to complete just 5 was enough to prove a contestant's worth. Sadly, among the many forces participating, the highest success rate revolves around only 7. Before long, a judge has arrived at Bai Yan's spot and begun opening the box she prepared ahead of time to house the pills she created. 7 types of pills. The judge's face became a bit red over the sight. 7 types of pills. The faces of all the people were showing astonishment as well by now. Elder CEO Wang, it was then a middle-aged man, stepped forward. First giving Bai Yan a negative look, he then faced the old senior. I want to protest. This woman was sneaking around our place of residence last night. Then by this morning, us of the Moon Slicer sect discovered there's been a theft. 7 of our creations were missing from the main cauldron. Watching this unfold from afar, Yi Ying, who was still being carried around, finally revealed her sinister self again in public. There's no other reason, it's because this man was arranged by her to destroy Bai Yan's reputation. Are your words true? Elder CEO Wang's face turned slightly white, his anger showing then as he confronted the accused. Like the old senior, the onlookers were also focused in on Bai Yan by now. Their faces all questioning and uncertain. To think there would be someone daring enough to cheat at the alchemy convention. Is she asking to die? This woman may be part of the Holy Land, but not even her sect would shield someone so low. Of course my words are true. The middle-aged man from the Moon Slicer sect smugly grins. Miss Yi Ying will be Bai Zhanping's goddaughter in the future. There's no way the Holy Land would shield a disgraced disciple that has no background or ability. Where is your evidence? CEO Wang's expression sank, turning dark and stern as he attempts to get to the bottom of this. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Elder, you should have noticed as well. This woman from the Holy Land did nothing but play with her son during the past 3 days. Where is she supposed to find time to refine all these pills while doing something like that? What's more, there's no way each contesting party would only create 1 pill of each type. My Moon Slicer sect has done just that and is missing 1 of each kind from our possession. As it so happens, it's exactly the one she has in that box. The implication of that statement was that the disciple from the Holy Land didn't know any alchemy at all, merely an extra to make up the numbers. Sure enough, Elder CEO Wang's complexion was now darker than the bottom of a burnt pot. It's not like the old fella didn't pay attention to Bai Yan's actions during these past few days. That's why he's willing to believe the man's claim to a certain extent. Humph, to think there really is someone daring enough to cheat while under my watch. Over at the other end of the crowd, Di Xiaowan and Chu Yi were already fuming hard upon seeing these people spouting lies left and right. But just as the two were ready to jump out to kick some asses, it was their friend Lan Xiaoyan who pulled them back. Don't worry, my cousin will be able to handle these idiots on her own. If you two go out now, then wouldn't we be missing a good show as a result? Though the words were able to keep the 2 dangerous females at bay, but the surging anger in those eyes didn't diminish in the least. In fact, it's only growing stronger. Indulgence with the face slapping, 15, Bai Yan seems to have noticed the ridiculing eyes cast at her way. Making a faint smile, are these recipes hard? As if they would need me 3 days to study and understand. Boom! The crowd was shocked, their eyes popping over the woman's arrogance. She actually dares to claim they are not difficult. This is unprecedented. Such arrogance. True, she did not say she only has 7, but there are indeed only 7 within the bottle. At this moment, everyone has noticed by now that the judge in charge of assessing Bai Yan hasn't said a word since the middle-aged man jumped out to make the accusation. Wenru. Upon hearing his name, the teen immediately understood the meaning and handed over the results of his creations during these past 3 days. Of the 12 recipes this place handed out, 5 are extremely simple, that's why I gave it to my people to practice. All rosy in her face, Bai Yan stares down at the middle-aged man who was clearly losing steam. Or do you want to say all 5 of these Dan pills were also stolen from your place of residence as well? Boom. Silence hangs in the air after that revelation. However, the calm didn't last long before a giant uproar exploded among the people. 12. This woman actually finished all 12 recipes. Even these alchemists of the medicine sect couldn't completely understand the last few recipes during the past few months that they had it, but this woman could do it in 3 days. Ho, and the Moon Slicer sect people has the audacity to claim she stole it from them. What a load of crap. But then, who's the teen beside the woman? He finished 5 of the recipes on his own. The teen's not normal either. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. I didn't finish my words just now. The judge's hand was shaky as he held on to the pills. Of the pills this lady created, 5 of them are beyond my ability to discern. I like to request other elders to come forward in order to confirm their authenticity. If the Dan pills were wrong, then he would have immediately announced the woman as an imposter, using fake ones in order to get past the contest. However, he never said such a thing, claiming he couldn't discern their authenticity only. While shock and a sense of sensation circulated among the crowd, a group of elders led by none other than Lu Zhong, Red Robe Elder, have already ran over. Their faces were all showing excitement and wonder due to the amazing news. Silence now hangs in the air as everyone awaited the results. At first Lu Zhong didn't say anything after popping the cork and examining the pills repeatedly, but once he began exchanging meaningful glances with his peers and getting agreeing nods in return, a pleasant expression now became the norm. It's real, all of these Dan pills are real, especially this Spirit Booster Dan pill. I scratched a bit of it off to get a taste and my spirit force almost immediately saw improvement, almost double even. Towards a cultivator, the improvement of one's spirit force was of the utmost importance, for it's able to pave the path for quicker and easier results. For example, what would normally take a year to achieve might require only a month or 2 if their spirit force was abnormally high at the time. That made this pill almost priceless in the eyes of those who needs it to reach new heights when faced with a bottleneck. Indulgence with the face slapping, too. The slap has left Ying utterly dumbfounded to the point where she had to take a good minute to come back to her senses. Ah! You bitch, I'm going to tear you apart for hitting my granddaughter. Old Madam Yi screams, running for the perpetrator in order to exact revenge. However, before that old woman could do anything, Di Xiaowan have already sent a mega kick against her obese body. A few tumbling rolls later, the old hag now laid flat on the ground. Stop! Yi Ying's face was ugly and menacingly cold. You got some nerve acting so arrogant while inside the medicine sect. Someone come, subdue these assailants. Yet none moved at her command. Instead, everyone only turned to the livid-looking elders that's been watching the entire thing unfold. They knew this wouldn't turn out well, so the posture of the medicine sect members instinctively backed off a step. As for Elder Lu Zhong and the rest, they wanted to tear Ying apart right now. The only reason they didn't rush over earlier was because they had no proper plan to appease Chu Yi, not because they didn't want to. This is over. This time, no matter how much we appease this witch, we're screwed. You want to hit me? Under the angry eyes of Yi Ying and others, Chu Yi only snarled a snicker. My father wouldn't even dare to hit me and you're threatening me? Who the heck are you? You're not even a disciple here. What, does the medicine sect have an opinion about me, about our holy land? Holy land? Yi Ying was gobsmacked by the news, this girl too. You are nothing but a disciple of the Holy Land, don't get ahead of yourself with that arrogance. Even if your sect leader comes in person today, our medicine sect won't let you off so easy. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Peng Ying didn't even get to finish her threat when an immense push tossed her aside. This infuriated the girl, of course, and that's on top of her already flaming mood. However, that flame was instantly smothered out at the recognition of who the individual was. Elder Tian Xian, how come you are here? The man named Tian Xian was the very same yellow-robed elder who spoke up at the meeting hall. After forcefully pushing aside the impudent girl, the senior promptly made a flattering smile. Princess, how come you are here? He originally wanted to call out with the nickname Witch, but thankfully his steady mindset has managed to stop that horrible mistake in the nick of time. If I didn't come, then I wouldn't have known the extensive arrogance of your medicine sect, now would I? Sneering still, oh yes, your medicine sect successor is claiming to be my fiancé while this old hag is saying I'm not worthy. So tell me, which is it? Also, when did this place get such a successor? Have the medicine sect fallen so low to use such garbage now? No, this is definitely a mistake. Our Lord is doing just fine and will continue to do just fine for many years to come. This Yi Ming is nothing but a distant relative of the sect leader. What successor? Elder Tian Xian shoots a harsh glare at the Yi family members. As for that talk about being your fiancé, I never heard of such nonsense. That's right. Princess, you are both beautiful and talented, only the best of the best out there is worthy of you. This Yi Ming, he's not even worthy of being your shoe licker. Princess, everything is the Yi family's fault, it has nothing to do with us. So you see. Can you spare the precious treasures in our medicine sect? The elders were surrounding Chu Yi from every angle, afraid the girl would slip away to rob them dry using this opportunity. Indulgence with the face slapping. 17. The man from the Moon Slicer sect wanted to flee then, but before he could, a girl wearing a pinkishly fine dress have already blocked him from behind. Arms stabbing her waist. You bullied my sister-in-law and you still want to run away. Move it. In a swing of his fist, the man attempts to send a punch at Di Xiaowan. However, before he could even land it, the girl's flying kick have already reached over and knocked him over in a rolling fall. Auntie, I will tell Batty Father about what you said there. Stern and serious, Bai Xiaochen untimely interjects himself to cause the girl a wave of fright. I am just kidding. It's really just a joke. Don't tell my brother please, or he will beat me to death. Brother is already very dissatisfied with me clinging on to sister-in-law. If he learns of me saying something like that, then he would surely toss me out like a love rival. Ow, groaning, the man from the Moon Slicer sect eventually manages to climb up from the floor. Miss, me misunderstanding you is my fault. However, isn't there a saying that a person is excusable if they didn't know, don't you agree? Did you really not know? Bai Yan rubs her chin as if contemplating the plausibility of that idea. It's true, the man gnashes his teeth and spits out that last bit. In any case, there's no way he would divulge the truth about Ying bribing him to do the task. Otherwise, he'd be doomed in the future with no space to live. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. True. Bai Yan squints her eyes and grew intimidatingly dangerous. Looking at the woman getting closer and closer, the man shuddered with an uncontrollable fear. What do you want to do? Of course I want to, stomp. Beat you until you admit it. Poof. Spewing a stream of blood straight out of his mouth, Bai Yan's ever-increasing foot strength has left the man struggling to breath. Then just as he's ready to roll his eyes and faint. Stop. Turning their heads, everyone soon saw the person being pushed over on a wheelchair. It was a bloated-looking girl due to the bruises, and as a result, they could barely recognize the original contour if not for the clothes she was wearing. Miss Bai, there's a saying of mercy on the weak. Since this man never intended to do what he did, isn't beating him relentlessly overly cruel? A flash of contempt flickers within Yi Ying's iris. And what if I say I want to cripple him? I can't stop you, but neither can I just watch you hurt others. Yi Ying's words just went all righteous. In the past 2 days, some people have framed me and my brother as well, but what can I do? In fact, I even know who famed me. However, I will only at most teach them a lesson. I do not ask you to be kind to others, but I can't allow you to be too cruel either. In all seriousness, Qi Yi and Di Xiaowan were both absolutely stunned by the shamelessness of that speech. They've never met someone capable of being this thick-skinned. Ho ho, Chu Yi slowly steps forward, her face showing contempt. If I didn't forget, I remember you trying to have my people take my away, did you not? Changing in her bloated face, yes, I have issued such an order, but that's only because I didn't know your identity. What's more, I only wanted to drive you away to stop you from causing trouble. I never harmed you in any way. Indulgence with the face slapping, 18, bang. Unable to control her temper, Chu Yi didn't give a rat's ass about the public's opinion and directly ran up to slap the shameless bitch's face. You shut up. If I hear another rotten word from that mouth of yours, then I will tear it off. How can simply tearing it off be enough? I say we should throw her into the abyss to feed the demon beasts instead. Due to Di Xiaowan's own lineage, it's not abnormal for the demon princess to want to help her kind get some extra meat. Though those creatures are of inferior status in every manner to her existence, nevertheless, she still has some duty to those poor things that's currently starving in the wild. Xiaowan, can I follow you to the demon forest? Shimmering with excitement in her eyes, Lan Xiaoyun jumps in to ask, I've never seen a wild demon beast eat a person before, can I? Nodding easily, of course, all the demon beasts out there belong to my family, so they won't hurt you by mistake. Don't you worry a bit and come watch. In front of that arrogance, no man or woman could possibly turn a blind eye to it. As a result, the attention has shifted from Bai Yan to this unknown girl who dares to make such a bold claim. This girl is too arrogant. Outrageous, you people are too outrageous. Old Madame Ye's face had turned livid by now. First she had to watch her own granddaughter be slapped in open public, then be insulted by 3 ignorant brats. No grandmother would stand idly by regardless of their terrible nature. Do you think you can have everything your way just because you are the daughter of the Lord of the Holy Land? I'm telling you, my granddaughter is going to be Lady of the Medicine Sect. My brother-in-law, the sect leader, have already promised to have Zhamping accept her as his goddaughter. What? Due to how heavy that statement was, it had somehow managed to overshadow the noise in this crowded venue. The sect leader promised to let the young master accept her as a goddaughter? And, why now of all times? Very irritated in her face now, Chu Yi didn't like it one bit. What does the medicine sect mean by this? You people know I hate this woman, yet she's still being taken as the young lord's goddaughter? Is this a declaration of war with us from the Holy Land? Chu Yi clenches her fists while making a cold hard frown. I endured your crimes because of my kindness, but you should know my status is now on equal grounds as you. What qualifications do you have to hit me? Boom. Not going to listen to another word of that nonsense, Chu Yi liberally sent another kick at the wheelchair to knock the occupant over. You are nothing but an imposter, don't even try to have the delusion of being on my level. I am a genuine princess of the Holy Land, and what are you? Nothing but a fake trying to act like a real one. Inger. Old Madame Yi exclaims, hurrying to upright her precious granddaughter from the ground. Yi-ing, is what your grandmother saying true? Lu Zhong and the rest were also showing an ugly expression as well, but it's not over the fact that the girl got hit though. Of course it is true. The old granny gnashes her teeth and snapped back, just wait until my brother-in-law comes over to announce the news. Once he learns of what you people did to bully my precious Inger, none of you will get away. This time the elders didn't say a word, their eyes locked entirely onto Ying instead. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases, giving a nervous nod in return. Yes, Bai Zhangping is going to be my godfather and my granduncle will be personally coming to announce this news. Hiss. Everyone gasped hard at the notion. Ying really got accepted as Bai Zhangping's goddaughter? Oh heavens, that would put her in the same league as the princess of the Holy Land. What exactly is the Lord thinking? The yellow-robed elder angrily speaks out. How could he allow an outsider become a direct member of our medicine sect? Isn't this the same as diluting our blood? Even if it's a goddaughter, it still isn't right. Indulgence with the face slapping, 19, haha. CEO Wang instantly swept away his depressed state and laughed twice. This proves that our Lord has good eyesight. Miss Yi Ying is unlike her brother Yi Ming, who only knows how to indulge himself in pleasure and lust. She's gifted, gentle and kind. The fact that the Lord wishes to turn her into a lady of our sect is excusable. After all, now others couldn't bully the lady anymore. When he said this, the old senior's eyes didn't forget to sweep over to Bai Yan and Chu Yi's location, thus indirectly indicating the two women as the instigator. I really don't know what Lu Zhong and the rest is thinking in indulging the Holy Land's princess. Can't they differentiate who is an outsider and an insider? This matter, the young master will not agree with it. The yellow-robed elder says this with his teeth grinding. It doesn't matter if the young master is willing to agree, what matters is the Lord's will. Who knows, perhaps the fact that the Lord is missing right now is due to his preparations for installing Miss Yi Ying as the future lady of our sect. At this point CEO Wang felt refreshed over his own self-conceited justification. Once Ying becomes the lady here, my future will surely become smooth and bright, considering my flattery for today. As for these people, they can only be envious of me by then. You, the yellow-robed elder exploded, his face livid with anger. But just as the elder wanted to move forward to smash up that conceited face of CEO Wang's, Lu Zhong, red robe, had stopped him with a hand. Forget it, let's wait for this matter to be handled by the Lord when he comes around. There's no way such a big decision would come to pass without consulting the rest of us. If at the time he's still with the idea, we only need to oppose the idea. Sure enough, the sentence quickly calmed the heated yellow-robed elder down. It's not that the elder council of the medicine sect hated Yi Ying or such, rather they are well aware of the girl's sensible difference from her brother's useless nature. However, it doesn't change the fact that the medicine sect mustn't fall into the hands of an outsider with a different surname. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Just as the elders were indignant and fuming, an old voice suddenly reached over from afar. Who can tell me what happened here? Cold in his face, Bai Changfeng slowly strolled over with an obvious look of impatience. As the sect leader, he's naturally obligated to interfere in such cases, but more importantly, he's not going to let his granddaughter be bullied. Brother-in-law. Crying out at Bai Changfeng's appearance, old Madame Yi puts on the most fake act of indignation ever. You must get justice for me. This wild girl from the Holy Land is bullying my Inger despite me telling them her identity. Wrinkling his old brow, the grandpa indifferently casts his sight on the old shrew that instantly silenced her. It seems the alchemy convention is over. As for what happened just now, you lot can explain it to me afterwards. Right now, I have something important to announce. Now that's just the wrong timing. Going from timid to a cheeky high stance, the fat old shrew was once again at it upon hearing this statement. Humph, I've said it already. Brother-in-law would only announce something so big in front of everyone. Now I like to see anyone else looking down at my granddaughter. Compared with the excitement of old Madame Yi, Elder Lu Zhong and his faction that's against the idea were all showing a gloomy face. Sect leader wouldn't really disregard their feelings and dilute the medicine sect's bloodline, would he? Father. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the venue. Bai Changfeng's mood wasn't all that great to begin with after his argument, now to be interrupted so suddenly, his face also sank and turned to the source where Bai Zhamping was quickly walking out from the crowd. Indulgence with the face slapping, 20, you brat. As a result of Bai Changfeng's outrage, the elders as well as his son were all shuddering for a brief second. What happened? Why is the Lord so angry? Shouldn't he be finding the young Mrs. daughter a good and happy occasion? It was then some of the other elders have also arrived. They've been busy with Bai Zhamping confirming Bai Yan's identity, thus they're still oblivious to the reasoning for Lu Zhong, red robe, and the rest's ugly and uncomfortable face. Father, just scold me afterwards. I have some wonderful news to tell you. From the man's handsome face, Bai Zhamping soon found the reddish figure of his liking within the crowd. You mean to say, the old grandpa's body goes stiff like a block of wood? That's right, it's exactly what you think, father. Boom. Although he's long taken Bai Yan as his granddaughter regardless of the fact, but having confirmation still brings excitement to his old heart. My medicine sect finally has an heir. Ha ha ha. A long laugh rocks the world. Anyone could see the excellent mood of this old grandpa. In fact, ever since his daughter Bai Ning disappeared from the public's eye years ago, Bai Changfeng has never laughed so loudly and happily again. Great, this is too great. Grinning right up to his eyes, son, go stand on one side first, I will announce the great news to everyone here today. Yes, father. Walking to one side like asked, Bai Zhamping didn't forget to cast a warm and tender smile at his niece that's also nearby. As a result, this look of kindred love has left Bai Yan rather uncomfortable and twitchy. Son, did your grandpa Zhamping go stupid? After some thinking, that's the only conclusion the woman could come up with. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Nodding in return, Bai Shachen attempts to hide his own guilt, probably. Should I tell mother I stole a strand of her hair and gave it to Grandpa Zhamping? If mother finds out, will she be angry with me? But Grandpa Zhamping isn't a bad person, oh what to do? Ladies and gentlemen, still smiling with a stupid grin on his face, there's something important I like to announce today. It's regarding a descendant of my home, that's why I want to take advantage of everyone's attendance to verify her identity to you all. It's really here. All eyes are now on Ying. Envy, jealousy, and annoyance were only a sample of the emotions running through the crowd's heart. Really, what sort of luck is running through this Ying? To think some nobody like that could become Bai Changfeng's granddaughter and be recognized in open public. Of course, Bai Changfeng wasn't a blind old fool. Naturally he would see the strange looks shooting over to the bruised up and bloated girl on one side. I'm announcing my granddaughter's identity, why are they looking over to Ying? A frown takes over that smile. Since the old grandpa couldn't figure out the reasoning for the strange behavior, he decides to just leave it and continued on with his speech. I think everyone can still remember my missing daughter Bai Ning. She disappeared many years ago. Bai Ning. Startled at the name, everyone's gaze immediately turns away from their initial target of envy. He's not going to announce Yi Ying's status. But then what does this all have to do with Bai Ning? Milord, you mean the young miss, she, still unclear over the sudden turn in event, Lu Zhong hurries to ask. I bet none of you could have guessed. While my daughter was away due to some unforeseen accident, she not only got married, she also gave birth to a daughter. Compared with Yi Ying's lie, the news from the old grandpa was even more shocking. The amazing girl from back then is already married and with children. Even though there are not many who's had the privilege of meeting Bai Ning in person, it doesn't mean they've never heard of the girl's outstanding talent and fame. Therefore, it was quite the regretful incident when it became known that she had gone missing 20 years ago. This was especially true for the younger male population who had some background. Indulgence with the face slapping, 21. Against this bombshell of a news from the old grandpa himself, not only were the elders of the medicine sect dropping their jaws, even the other forces present were as well. My poor granddaughter, she was raised by others as soon as she was born due to painful circumstances. If not by mere chance and coincidence, I never would have known about her existence. Wiping some of those tears away, Bai Changfeng didn't forget to sneak a peek at Bai Yan from one corner of his eye. The reason why he would say so much was to relay a message before he recognizes the girl. It's not that the medicine sect didn't want her, rather it's because they didn't know about her existence. Originally Bai Yan was still ignorant of what the old grandpa was implying and didn't think much of that speech, but after hearing the cues shooting her way, the woman's face promptly went stupefied and gawked. After seeing the cue of the young woman understanding, a slightly excited luster swiftly takes over the old man's face. My granddaughter, Bai Yan, is the biological daughter of Ninger, the blood heir of my medicine sect. Boom! As if being smashed in the head once again, the crowds were all ready to faint over this shocking news. The news that Bai Changfeng wants to announce is not to accept Ying as a granddaughter, but instead to recognize Bai Ning's biological daughter. So that's why. Lu Zhong's surprised face didn't hold any calm by this point, only a gleeful excitement of overjoy. I knew the young lady looked familiar, it's not without reason. This is all my fault. I should have recognized the young lady long before this even took place. This genius who can refine spirit booster Dan Pill is Bai Ning's daughter. She's our medicine sect's true heir. Ha ha ha, this is truly a wonderful news. At this moment, Ying was shaking so hard that she had literally crumbled to the floor. The girl wants to climb back up, sadly none of the people nearby was willing to lend a helping hand. Bai Yan is the daughter of Bai Ning. No, it's just a coincidence that her surname is Bai, she couldn't possibly be Bai Ning's biological daughter. Something is wrong about all this. Due to how loud her murmuring voice was, it had mistakenly fallen into the ears of some of the occupants nearby. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. No, Bai Yan cannot be the medicine sect's big lady, I am supposed to be it. Curling herself into a fetal position, Ying had to gnash her own teeth to avoid having those tears swell out of those eyes. If Bai Yan is the big lady of the medicine sect, then what I said, wouldn't it be a total joke? What is going on here? Bai Changfeng tightens his old brow and asked indifferently. The one to answer was Lu Zhong, his voice with unstoppable excitement. Just now Ying said that you promised to let the young master accept her as his goddaughter. We actually believed her, however. Ha ha ha. The red-robed elder didn't bother to hold back at all and burst out laughing his ass off. The tone was harsh and insulting, constantly slapping the greedy bitch's face with every echo. Showing amazement then, when did I ever say something like that? So what if I made such a promise? Besides, I only agreed if I didn't have a third-generation heir. As everyone can see now, my granddaughter is here so none of that applies. Indulgence with the face slapping, 22. It's just that there's no way Bai Changfeng would admit such a thing in open public, that's why it's going to be the Yi family who's going to take the blame for this fiasco. Sect leader is wise. The yellow-robed elder's old face was brimming with excitement then. Rubbing that fist of his, the senior didn't forget to shoot a sinister glare over to the old shrew. I just knew the Lord wouldn't be so muddle-headed that he would make such an irrational decision. Our medicine sect have an heir, so why should we take in an outsider? Moreover, young master is still young, so there's no way he wouldn't find a suitable marriage prospect. These people must be trying to curse him, that's why they are so certain there wouldn't be any heir. Old Madame Yi ignored the comment but still shot a killing glare to the elders before finally landing on Bai Yan's body. Brother-in-law, this girl cannot possibly be Bai Ning's daughter. Her heart is cruel and sinister, she doesn't deserve the status of being the big lady of the medicine sect. Only my Inger is qualified for that post. Shut up. Not bothering to wait for Bai Changfeng or his son to lash out, Lu Zhong of the Elder Council have already had it. Screaming with his throat screeching, blasted old hag, how dare you! It's one thing that you are always making trouble, but now you are also questioning the Miss's identity. Milord, I propose we kick these people out of the medicine sect and never allow them to step foot in here again. That's right. You not only eat ours, take ours, and even use our influence to take advantage of others. Now you actually have the audacity to falsely accuse our Miss of being a fake. I won't continue to stand for such cancerous accusations. These leeches must be driven out of our medicine sect. Sect leader, you must drive these people out, otherwise I will resign myself from being an elder this instant. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. The angers were of the same accord across multiple members of the Elder Council, thus shocking Bai Chong Feng greatly in their activeness. Shouldn't these guys be trying to determine my granddaughter's identity first? Why are they being so excited when they didn't even see the evidence jumping prepared for them yet? This is too unreasonable. Lu Zhong, tell me what's going on here. Facing the red-robed elder, Bai Zhongping asks with confusion in his voice, why are all of you so convinced when I didn't even show you the proof of the blood connection? Brimming with excitement and totally lacking in his usual calm and stable demeanor, the elder promptly replied, young master, you remember the recipes we got our hands on recently, the 5 that were especially difficult to solve. Well, the Miss have already solved them and created the Dan pills to show the public. She's a true alchemy master. The Dan pill recipes. Those 5. This news immediately raised waves across the elders that came with Bai Zhongping. They shuddered and cast their conniving eyes over to the woman in question. If one didn't know better, one might just assume they're hungry wolves confronted with a piece of juicy red meat. This undoubtedly didn't go unnoticed by Bai Yen. Subconsciously, her feet had taken a step back out of fear for those glaring stares. Don't be afraid, mother, it was then that Bai Xiaochen got in front of the woman to shield her. I will protect you from these people. Mother is mine. I'm not going to give these old baddies any chance to steal her away. At the rear of the venue, Rennie had just finished rushing down from the high platform where the VIP seats were located, but that's when he overheard the horrific dialogue. Without bothering to think his words through, he broke out into a frantic run at Bai Chong Feng's face. I'm going to kill you bastards. How dare you try to steal my disciple? Boom. Talk about fast and furious. Rennie held nothing back in that punch. Arg, you not only cursed at me, you actually dared to hit me. Bai Chong Feng's angry now. Raising his hand to defend himself, the old grandpa takes his own stance. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Even if your lord came in person, he would still have to be polite in my presence. Yet you not only hit me, you also yelled at me. Indulgence with the face slapping. 23, Rennie sneered. I'm not just going to yell and beat you lot, I'm also going to have the Holy Land declare war on your sorry asses. Bai Chong Feng's dumbfounded now. This old fart wants to declare war on us. What sort of crackpot is he smoking? It's not like I cheated on him with his wife or something. Did he lose his mind? Then again, the act wasn't all that far off from the fact. For someone like Rennie who treats Bai Yen as his greatest treasure, stealing the girl was akin to stealing his life or even worse. You just wait, once I go back, I will tell the Lord immediately. The Holy Land must go to war with the medicine sect. Glaring fire at Bai Chong Feng, the flustered and ranting elder then ran back to Bai Yen and the little steam bun. When he did so, the snarling annoyed face was promptly replaced with a genuine smile. Oh my precious disciple, don't let these cheating old liars deceive you. You mustn't believe in any of their lies. He then points to the group of the jaw-dropping people in the background. Disciple. So in addition to being Bai Ning's daughter, this woman is also the disciple of the elder of the Holy Land. Ying could barely keep herself from suffocating as a result of the intense stinging in the wretched girl's heart. Why? Why are all of the benefits going to her only? I won't accept this. I'm not going to accept this. Clenching that bruised-up fist, Yi Ying's iris was burning with resentment that surprisingly matched well with the distorted face of hatred she had on. Yan Yan is the disciple from the Holy Land. Bai Chang Feng instantly turns to the guard behind himself. Why have you never told me this fact? The poor soul just felt wronged. My lord, you said not to disturb you under any circumstances, that's why no one told you. You dimwit. Bai Chang Feng instantly slaps the trembling guard into a spinning roll. Granddaughter, I am your grandfather, your real grandfather. You must believe me. This old fart Renyi is the real one who lies. Glaring back at the accusation, I'm going to flatten your medicine sect for trying to steal my disciple. Ho, the old grandfather huffs a grunt. This time I don't need you declaring war on us, my medicine sect will do it instead. How dare you try to steal my granddaughter, and to stop her from recognizing me? What, do you think just saying so is enough? I'm telling you now. My disciple is most important to our Holy Land. Not only does our little princess have to follow her around, even the Lord has given her the Holy Island as a gift. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases, and what of it? I can give the entirety of my medicine sect to my granddaughter. I like to see you fight with me on that. Also, the facts won't change. Grinning like a brat, Bai Chang Feng taunts the other side like someone who's asking for a beating by jumping up and down in glee. While the two old-timers were going back and forth with their bickering nonsense, Bai Yan on the other hand literally wanted to face-palm herself from embarrassment. This was particularly true when her real grandfather said the last part about giving her the medicine sect. It literally made her complexion go from black to green. As for Renyi, the second elder of the Holy Land was literally regretting right into his stomach by this point. If he had known things would turn out like this, then he would have never allowed Bai Yan to come over. Now he's paying the price like someone facing retribution. You just wait, I'm running back to get the Lord. I will have the Lord come deal with you bastards for stealing my disciple, Arg Shich. Renyi and Jingqi promptly exchanged a look, indicating to each other to move right away. However, before they could even take a step, Bai Yan's hair-raising and huffing voice had drifted over from behind. First Shifu, second Shifu, are you two done playing around yet? Renyi sounded nervous like a wife being caught hiding some pocket money. Did I do something wrong? That's right, did he do something wrong? All this old fellow wanted to do was to avoid having someone else steal his disciple away. Grandchefis, mother is very angry right now, so I suggest you both be quiet for now. Blinking his big blue eyes, Bai Xiachen offers up his advice without minding the fact that he's the youngling and not the elder of the family. Indulgence with the face slapping, 24, both elders were shaken by that comment. Making a wronged face, they didn't dare to move an inch. Alright, be good and stop making trouble. Seeing the sulky faces of her two shifis, Bai Yan knew she's being too harsh. Softening up that face, she pats them both on the head like a parent. When I finish up the matters here, then I will teach you the key points to those alchemic recipes, alright? Really? Renyi's eyes lit up and excitedly rubbed his hands together. After saying this, Bai Yan then turned around to confront Bai Chang Feng's gaze while ignoring all the rest. Bai Ning is my mother. She purses her lips and asked. Yes, Bai Ning is your mother and my daughter. Seeing how his granddaughter was willing to take the initiative to talk with him, the old grandfather would of course be delighted. This could be reflected in the burning brilliance within his iris. And what about her? Towards this rumored mother, Bai Yan would very much like to meet her. But according to the news she's gotten, her supposed mother has been missing for many years. And sure enough, Bai Chang Feng's complexion promptly turned into a saddening color. I haven't seen her for more than 20 years. I thought she had passed away, but your appearance has given me hope. I believe she is alive like you. Even if it takes up the remainder of my life, I will still wait for her to return. Tomorrow, Bai Yan's eyes were as bright as the twinkling stars. Can you tell me about her? A mother, the said entity has always been a part of her dream. Back in her previous life on Earth, Bai Yan's mother had died early, long before she could build a strong bond with the woman. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine how emotional excited she was to have a second chance. Yes, yes, yes. Due to how excited his old heart was, Bai Changfeng could only answer with that one word. My precious granddaughter, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, then come back to me. Grandfather here will help you beat them to a pulp. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Bai Yan's I literally twitched over that statement. Am I the type to tattle to their elders? No need. Compared with complaining to an elder, I prefer to do it myself. Bai Changfeng first became stunned, then he lets loose a bellowing and hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, that's my girl. This sort of personality is exactly like mine during my youth. Ho ho, Ren-yi immediately cuts in with a sneer. That is my precious disciple, what does her personality have to do with you? The old elder promised Bai Yan not to cause trouble, but that didn't mean he wouldn't ridicule the other side when he could. But since Bai Changfeng's mood was extremely good right now, the Lord of the Medicine sect actually ignored the rude remark and kept smiling. This face, this aura, it's so much like Ninger. No matter how much I look at it, it's simply not enough. Yenner, Bai Zhamping then walks up with a bright smile of his own. We meet once again. However, this time you can't address me so formally anymore and must call me uncle. Uncle. She was definitely taken aback somewhat but quickly changed it to a genuine smile of warmth. Uncle. Aha, all moved in his voice. The man had to take a good moment to get his emotions back in order. Rubbing the woman's head like a good elder of the family, good girl. Uncle didn't prepare anything special for this meet, but here's a jade ring. It's something your grandfather handed to me. Now, I will hand it to you. Taking that ring made out of pure jade, Bai Zhamping then carefully places the item into Bai Yan's hand. This ring is an heirloom of our medicine sect. It's said that there's a hidden secret within the ring, but that's a secret you will need to figure out on your own because neither I nor your grandfather knows what it is. The members of the medicine sect on the other hand were all shocked over this sight. Lu Zhong and his faction of elders were still fine since they support this outcome, but CEO Wang only had despair left in his old eyes because he knew exactly what this indicated. Indulgence with the face slapping, 25, no, this jade ring cannot go to her. Old Madame Yi had just finished lifting up her granddaughter from the floor when she saw the event. Gnashing that teeth, the old shrew didn't care anymore and roared out, even if she really is Bai Ning's daughter, she is still a female and not qualified to be the medicine sect's heir. Humph. Bai Changfeng's face got cold as his eyes grew increasingly annoyed by the woman. You say my granddaughter is not qualified, then who is? Cocking that fat chin, of course it's Minger. A woman only needs to be a good wife and mother at home, why should she be throwing herself out into the public's eye? The medicine sect will definitely fall into ruins if she takes over. If that's the case, why not give it my grandson? No matter what, he's still a man and deserves it. Hiss. The people were aghast by the statement, their looks filled with shock at the old shrew. Who gave this woman such courage to say something so damning in front of the Lord? Seriously, is she really expecting Bai Changfeng to give the medicine sect to an outsider over his own granddaughter? As for Bai Changfeng, the true lord of the medicine sect, he's livid at this point. From red to green, then green to blue, he's ready to lose it. Slamming his fist against the old tree nearby, the old grandfather completely destroys the trunk and allows the bulk of that body to come crashing down at the impudent old shrew. Of course, there's no way old Madame Yi would just stand there to take the blunt of that fall and dodged quickly to one side. However, as a result of this, it was Yi Ying who ended up suffering because she couldn't move to begin with. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? The old lady was shocked. Indicating to the two men that came with them, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and come help my granddaughter out from under this tree. If anything happens to her, I will have both your heads. But they didn't move. The two guards are members of the medicine sect, and the reason why they would push Ying over earlier was to sucker up to the girl. Now that they're aware of Bai Chongfeng's true attitude towards this family, there's no way they would continue to show a good face. In the end, no helping hands ever came, leaving the old shrew and her girl without support. Brother-in-law. Old Madame Yu was now huffing and puffing after seeing how much suffering Ying was going through. What are you doing? You watched Inger grow up in person. How can you treat her like this over a wild child? Lu Zhong and his group were now shaking their heads at the blatant ignorance. This old shrew is truly stupid beyond reason. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Ying, on the other hand, wasn't as stupid as her own grandmother. Tears running down from her eyes out of urgency, she wanted to get out of this mess to suit the situation. But she knew it's going to be hopeless, not after those damning words. Ho ho, Bai Chongfeng's laugh was menacing and filled with mockery. So you are implying I should throw aside my own granddaughter and turn to protect Ying? That's right. The old shrew's attitude alone was enough to make the man want to slap her across the face. Are you just that stupid, or do you take me for an idiot instead? Clenching his fist, the old grandpa roars out furiously. This is my granddaughter, my own. Who is Ying? She's only a girl from your Yi house. Why should I cast aside my own flesh and blood for her? Also, when have my medicine sect become someone else's? When have you become the one in charge? Indulgence with the face slapping. 26. Though embarrassed, old Madame Ye's mouth continues to work. Why do you have to get so nitpicky about the details, or are your feelings for my sister all fake? Is this how you treat me after she's gone? Tired now, Bai Chongfeng painfully closes his eyes for a good moment before finally shooting them open. If Jing'er knows about the way you are treating her granddaughter, then I'm sure she will support my decision. In a wave of his hand to order the guards, take the members of the Yi family away and expel them from my home. I never want to see them again. Wait. Lu Zhong hurries to cut in. My lord, there is still one matter we haven't settled yet. What is it? Bai Chongfeng's cold face just became a dreadfully icy one, his voice dangerously angry. What is going on? Say it. The hell? All I did was have a fight with those two old farts. What did I miss during this short period? As a result of that extreme fright from being pointed out, the man from the Moon Slicer's sect promptly plopped to the ground. His face and body showing utter terror. This is not my fault, it's really not my fault. Just now it was Yi Ying who came to seek me out. I'm only doing what she instructed. I really didn't mean to accuse the lady. Please let me go, I'm begging you. After saying that, the man then repeatedly banged his head for forgiveness until his forehead's bleeding. No one said anything in the venue. It's so quiet that even the bristling breeze could be heard. But more than the eerie silence, they're more preoccupied with looking over to the certain maiden that's being pinned to the ground by the collapsed tree. Lord Bai, I know I am wrong. It was Yi Ying, it was her. She seduced me with pretty words of her becoming the future heir and that I would be able to become a member of the medicine sect. I was stupid, that's why I made such a mistake. Please give me another chance. I beg you. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. He didn't say it at first, mainly due to his assumption of Bai Yan not daring to kill him for it, but also the reassurance of Yi Ying saying she would protect him after the incident. But now, there's no longer that insurance. Bai Chongfeng on the other hand hadn't said a word since the truth came out. However, the old grandpa's aura alone was enough to send those nearby shirking back in fear. It seems that over the years many of you have gotten the idea that I'm no longer in charge after not taking part in the daily functions of the medicine sect. Still expression and unreadable, ignoring the fact that Bai Yan is my granddaughter, even if she is not, I would still not permit such a thing to happen while under my rule. Blood now completely leaves the kowtowing man's face. Since you made the mistake, then your own sect can deal with you. Guards, drag him away and hand him over to the Moon Slicer sect. Bai Changfeng's voice now grew mountainous, crushing the person's spirit until he barely breathed. Please, please, have mercy. I know my fault. The kowtowing motion only increased in pace as he begged on the floor. Indulgence with the face slapping, 27, the expression of the man grew even more flustered as he knows full well that if he's handed back to his sect, they would never let him live. Tow him away. At the order, 2 guards promptly moved forward to drag the man's struggling body away, his appearance now looking no different from a rabid dog. I had only intended to expel you 3 out of my home and that's it, but to think there were so many things you did behind my back. Bai Changfeng's sneering face couldn't be any more obvious. When did my medicine sect become your family's? Or do you believe I'm so old that I'm already dead in your eyes? His words were meant for Yi Ying and her grandmother, but also as a warning to the rest of the people with ulterior motives. Great-grandfather, the soft voice of the little steam bun dissolves the anger from the old grandpa. Blinking those big innocent eyes, this bad woman wants to steal away my father, and she even said my mother is not worthy of him. Also, she has a brother who insulted mother that she can only be his concubine. You must beat the bad people, otherwise I won't recognize you. The old grandpa's complexion fluctuated intensely right there. Nevertheless, he still manages to suppress the anger and forced out a loving smile in order to not scare his great-grandkid. Good child, just wait for great-grandfather to get even for you. As reassurance, Bai Changfeng then rubs the boy's head to show how much he cares for him. A person who only knows how to loaf around my home actually dares to steal my granddaughter's husband. Ha ha ha, as the master of this place, how come I didn't know the Yi family's influence is to such a degree? The elders present could definitely feel the Lord's anger now. Silent and not moving, none wanted to provoke the raging lion in his furious state. How laughable. To think all these years none would tell me about any of this. Inhaling deeply, Bai Changfeng's voice grew stern and harsh. Since they committed the crime, then it's only proper that they pay the price. Someone come, break their legs and throw the 3 members of the Yi family out of my home. They can fend for themselves out there. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases in the past. Old Madam Yi never trespassed the limit of his patience, that's why he never really punished any of them. But now, Bai Yan was his bottom line. There's no way he would allow anyone to humiliate or bully the granddaughter in which he went through so much to retrieve. So what if they're related in some way? Screw that. Humph, at least you did one thing right. Ren Yi snorts from one side. If no punishment were to be given today, the second elder would have definitely taken matters into his own hands and disposed of the Yi family afterwards. But now that he's seen Bai Changfeng do it, his old heart definitely felt better. No. Yi Ying's pair of eyes were popping bigger than what's normally possible. Trembling all over, please, I know it did wrong. I beg of you, granduncle, let me redeem myself. I can be Bai Yan's slave and do anything she asks. Are you trying to continue to pester my old pops by sticking to my mother's side? Though innocent and melting in his voice, Bai Xiaqin's question was right on point. Making a guilty look in her eyes for a brief second, Yi Ying nevertheless presses it back in and pushed forward with her lies. I really didn't mean it like that. I know I'm wrong and is just trying to ask for forgiveness. I'm willing to do anything she asks. Indulgence with the face slapping, 28, Bai Changfeng was honestly regretting right now after seeing how the shameless girl was still trying to scheme when things have progressed to such an extent. Back then, what was I thinking? What sort of drug did I take to let these people move into my home? I must have been crazy. Mother, Auntie is right, we should have fed the bad woman to the demon beasts. Bai Xiaqin mutters this with discontent. I don't want to see her again. Although the little steam bun still hasn't fully accepted Ditsang, but still, he's not going to permit another woman marrying his old man. Yi Ying's body shook. Covering the resentment in her eyes, she continues to put on a pitiful face. Miss Bai Yen, I'm really not trying to steal your man. If I go with you, I can even help you look after him so he doesn't sneak away to nab a fish. What man out there in this world doesn't like to steal a bite? Especially the good-looking kind. Bai Yan didn't respond to the girl's words, instead she only made a shallow smile, for she could already sense the familiar scent coming right behind herself. Di Tsang, someone is saying bad things about you. What do you think, should I believe it? Bai Chang Feng naturally didn't miss this scene. Going green on the spot like he's seen a horror show. Zhanping, this guy is my great-grandson's father. It is him. The son's affirmative nod only made the old grandfather's face uglier than before, because it now means he's lost his granddaughter before he could even have some sweet family time. Brother. Di Xiaowan puckers her lips in indignation. This woman is still trying to have wishful thinking about you. Are you just going to stand there and let sister-in-law suffer? I really don't know how Ying can still say something like that earlier when she's already stuck in such a situation. Originally the man's aura was like the splitting breeze, enchanting and soothing. However, it swiftly changed to an extreme cold version after hearing the girl's word. Before Ying could even say more, an intense stare has already swooped over her existence and cuts it off like she's had a frog jump in there. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Why does such a man have to like her and not me? Biting those lips hard, the bitch was oozing with resentment as her fist clenched into a tight bowl. This kind of woman, Di Tsang's then reveals a malicious grin, is better off dead. Is better off dead. Why? Why are you, trembling in disbelief? Yi Ying's very existence was filled with fear now. Slandering me in front of my wife is punishable by death. Making a sneer, the man then casts a glance to his sister. Xiao Wan, go drag her away and toss this girl into the demon forest. The demon beasts in there will entertain her. Literally jumping 3 feet into the air in glee. Brother, you are thinking the exact same thing as me. I also think the demon forest is the best home for these people. Finally, Yi Ying's struggling body has finally given up. Going numb, she had the look of panic and desperation when turning to Bai Chang Feng for help. She's praying that the last ounce of relationship she shares with the old grandpa would help in this case. Sadly, all this is your own self-doing. Bai Chang Feng didn't budge. Indulgence with the face slapping. 29. Boom. The last line of defense in Yi Ying's heart finally shatters as well. Squatting there on the ground, she makes a heart-wrenching screech as tears of blood oozed out of those eyeballs. Pull her away so she doesn't make a scene here. Wrinkling his old brow, Bai Chang Feng waves his sleeve to signal the guards. Yes, my lord. At that, 2 men promptly stepped forward to drag the injured bitch from underneath the collapsed tree, and out they went. You go and keep an eye on them too. Make sure they do it right. Di Tsang also shoots a look at his sister, indicating her to move it. The demon princess then swears by it by patting her own chest. If any of those brats dare harm my friends, then I will have brother deal with them. Awesome. In response, Chu Yi shouts with glee in her voice, those eyes sparkling with light. These 3 girls are obviously more interested in the demon beasts rather than wasting their time at the venue here. After a while, they were already gone and out of sight. Baddie father, Bai Shuchen's big eyes were dripping with water as he spoke. Ying also has a brother named Yiming. He's the other person who came to make trouble for mother from before, and guess what? He said mother can only be his concubine and nothing else. Di Tsang's face instantly darkened and released his suffocating aura across the entire venue. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Let him go accompany his sister then. Since they are so lacking in partners, I'm sure the residences inside the demon forest wouldn't mind keep them company. After the 2 finishes with their experience, they can then be used as food. The man's words were so frightening that every individual present were shrinking their buttholes in. They knew exactly what Deetsang meant by experience, and neither male or female would like to go through such a traumatic thing. Bai Xiaochen would of course be pleased by this. Jollying in his steps, the boy intends to personally pass on the message to his aunties so they wouldn't let Ying and her family have an easy ending. Ahumph, it was then Bai Chang Feng decides to interrupt the awkward mood with his cough. Yenner, why don't you introduce this man to grandfather? Oh, only then realizing her lack of manners, the reddish figure puckers her lips like a child. Him. He is my son's easy to come by father. Xiaochen's easy to come by father. What sort of introduction is that? Bai Chang Feng was gobsmacked by this. Only after a good moment of gawking did he return to his old jolly self. Yenner, can you stay longer? In a few days it will be grandfather's birthday. Originally Bai Yen had intended to leave right after the convention, but now that she's been informed of the celebration, she simply couldn't say no. Okay. It doesn't matter if it is delayed for a few days. Besides, going to the demon realm can be done at any time. Deetsang didn't object either. The man knows how important this must be for his future wife, hence the blossoming smile of wondrous beauty. Lord Bai, congratulations on finding your granddaughter. After all the dust has settled, the people of the various powers were all moving forward to give their words of praise and flattery. This granddaughter of yours is truly beyond compare. Indulgence with the face slapping, 30, how, all of you have good eyes. My granddaughter really is astounding and unprecedented. Laughing aloud without care, Bai Chang Feng happily accepts the compliments. If it was in the past, these people would have at least secretly called this old grandpa shameless, but now, they couldn't because Bai Yen was in every sense of the word, excellent. Humph. Ren-yi, second, grumpily huffs a snort, what are you all so happy for? Yen is my disciple first. In any case, she will always be our most precious disciple. Shang-Chi, first, slightly raises a smile as well instead of going all huffy and grumpy like his second brother. He's not angry at having to share his disciple, he only wants to give the girl his blessing. Fine, I'll leave things be then, Ren-yi sighed. It's just that I have been robbed by this old fart several times before, so of course it will leave me with a bad taste. But, if it's for my precious Yenner's sake, I will accept it. However, if the medicine sect tries to stop her from leaving or try anything against her will, I won't let things slide. Grandfather, Bai Yen were all smiles, when is your birthday? Even now, the old grandfather's excited mood hasn't slowed down in the least to the point where he had to wipe away some of those trickling tears when no one's looking. Right, I remember Zhanping said that the woman who adopted you is called Lan Yu. Is it the Lan house from the Luhua kingdom? Let's do this then, you invite those whom you wish to come and we will treat them as guests of honor. Okay, Bai Yan's smile was now reaching up to her eyes. Old Grandpa Lan is also my grandfather, his status in my heart will never change. Just that his temper isn't the best and has a proud nature to his personality. I hope that everyone from the medicine sect could accommodate this when he comes. Oh yes, there's still Her Highness the Dowager. Thinking it through, she continues to go down her list. As a result of an incident in the past, it was only she and my disciple Nangong Zhuan who stood by my side when not knowing about my identity. Grandfather, could I also invite them both here for your celebration? I owe her a favor. For the sake of her too shiftless face, Bai Yen didn't divulge about the embarrassing matters regarding the things related to the Holy Land. However, the Dowager's kindness has really touched her heart, so she couldn't ignore this. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Putting the icing on the cake is extremely easy, but adding coal to the fire in the winter snow is not so simple. The friendship between you two is commendable. Bai Chang Feng nods in approval. This birthday celebration is mainly to bring you back into the ancestral books and allow others to know of your status. If you wish to bring someone you are familiar with, then by all means, grandfather here has no complaints. As for that old Lord Lan, Halting his words then, the old grandfather then eyes the crowd with a look of stern seriousness. He is to be treated in the same manner as I. Whoever dares to offend him will receive severe punishment. If it hadn't been for the Lawn House and their kindness, then perhaps my granddaughter would have already perished from this world. That debt can never be repaid with something so meager. Yes, my lord. All of the members of the medicine sect answers in unison, their voices resoundingly loud and crisp. In the same way, Bai Chung Feng's words today have directly become a declaration to the other powers that old Lord Lan was to be treated like the man himself. Otherwise, it's a direct affront to the medicine sect of the highest order. Must not offend the Lawn House. Must not offend the Lawn House. These were the only thoughts running through these attendees' heads right now. Mustn't provoke the Lawn House. 1. In recent days, the Lawn family seems to have hit a string of bad luck lately. First it was the female ruler of the Feng Qi kingdom taking a liking to Lan Shaoling, the eldest grandson of the Lawn House. But after the boy rejected her, the female queen then went ahead to declare it a national offense, thus creating a huge rift between two kingdoms. As to the other incident, it had much to do with Lan Xiaoyan, the second young master of that family. The righteous boy somehow got caught in a dispute with the young lord of the Blood Moon sect and ended up breaking the other person's leg. To be clear, the public was already being quite considerate out of Bai Yan's existence. They are well aware of her relationship with that family by now and of how the girl's not the biological daughter of Lan Yu, making her an unknown factor. If something were to break out, no one knows whether or not the woman would help or not. Right now, Lan Xiaoyan was currently kneeling inside the main hall with his head held low. The boy's awaiting judgment from his grandfather, so the place was dreadfully quiet. Father, this isn't entirely Xiaoyan's mistake. Who could have guessed that the young lord of the Blood Moon sect would try to rape a girl while inside our kingdom? When Dong Rulan saw how her son's been kneeling there for a good half hour, the kind woman definitely felt distressed inside. However, since the grandfather hasn't said a word, she didn't dare to help. Am I angry because he hit that cockroach? Old Lord Lan's expression was hard. Being a man, one should have blood in their veins, that is fine. I don't believe Xiaoyan is wrong on that end either. What I am angry about is the boy being so rash. What if that person brought along helpers from the Blood Moon sect? Xiaoyan, by then not only will you not be able to save the girl, you will also drag yourself down. The boy's head only grew lower. Grandfather, I know my fault now. Since you know your fault, then do it right next time. When you get into a fight, come back first and tell me, understand? Grandson understands. The boy knows his grandpa was doing this for his sake, fearing he would suffer while outside. But he's a man, an upright and good man. If he sees a thug trying to rape a girl in open public, then there's no way he could remain indifferent. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. If I can't do as my heart tells me when injustice is before my eyes, then I don't deserve to protect this kingdom. If you understand, then that's good. As for the young lord from the Blood Moon sect, what's done is done. If they do come back to make trouble, I will hold them down. It doesn't matter anyways, I'm already an old bone. Slowly getting up from his master chair, old Lord Lan's face was firm and resolute. Dong Rulan had a look of worry. Father, should I go tell Yenner about this matter? If she comes back, then the Blood Moon sect should back off. No one can go. Old Lord Lan roars out instantly. Yenner's achievement today didn't come easy. Our family couldn't help her at all, so we mustn't be her baggage. I've inquired around already. The Blood Moon sect is a subordinate power of the medicine sect. Are you planning to pin the girl against a behemoth like that? But father, while she still wanted to say more, the old grandfather has already cut her off. I won't allow us to drag Yenner down. It's not easy for her to have such strength. This time I will be the one to bear the repercussions. At this moment, old Lord Lan's figure seems to have aged again. No longer straight or stoic in his back, the old man slightly camels down like a weak elder, thus causing the young boy to hurt immeasurably inside. Lan Xiaoyan doesn't regret hitting that cockroach from the Blood Moon sect, nor does he regret getting reprimanded, but mustn't provoke the Lan house, too, but now, he's found that grandfather has aged more than he thought and still needs to wipe his own ass afterwards. For that reason, his heart grew incredibly uncomfortable. Mother, am I wrong in all this? Lan Xiaoyan's voice devolved into a whimper. Startled over her son's question, Dong Rulan deflates as well. If you have the strength to back up yourself, then anything you do is justified. But if you don't, then you will only drag your grandfather down. Strength. All of this is because of strength. Lan Xiaoyan couldn't help but clench his fist in frustration. For once in his lifetime, he's never desired strength this hard before. Blood Moon Sect. Sect leader, the two guards who brought the youngster back shivered hard. It's the Lan house. Lan house. Originally Lu Yang was still fuming in that second, however, the anger was quickly transformed into uncertainty. Which Lan house are you indicating? There is just no way around it. That word is like a taboo, so I must make sure. Reporting to sect leader, the one who injured the young lord is the Lan house's second grandson, Lan Xiaoyan of the Lu Hua kingdom. First it was green, then to white, then it was to a reddish-purple color of extreme fright. The family you are talking about, do they have a married-off daughter by the name of Lan Yu? The guards were surprised and met the man's eye. How did sect leader know? Yes, there is a Lan Yu. That Lan Xiaoyan injured the young lord, this debt. Bastards! Lu Yang's hand was crunchingly loud when he smashed it into one of the guards' face. Sect leader. Holding that bruised-up cheek, the guard looks up in confusion. Get this twerp to stand up right this instant. Why is he acting dead in front of me? If he's going to make trouble, then he better go solve it himself. Don't go dragging our Blood Moon sect with him. In his fit of rage, the master of the place ended up kicking his son Lu Su repeatedly until everyone was gawking their eyes now. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases arg. This twerp has always been a troublemaker, but why does he have to go provoke the Lan house? That is the Lan house. The Lord of the Medicine sect have already spoken that the old chief of that family must be treated like the man himself. Yet this insufferable twerp just has to go provoke the number one taboo right now. Slowly coming out of his dizzying state, Lu Su still hasn't gotten enough time to figure out the current situation when a storm of punches came flying down at his body. Father, what are you doing? Ah! Don't hit anymore. I am your son, your son. The boy shrieks from the pain added to his already injured leg. I'm wishing with all my heart that you are not right now. Lu Yang shakes profusely due to the seething anger. Look at what you've done. Why did you go mess with the Lan house? Why did you have to go provoke the Lan house? Lu Su became absolutely stunned by his old man's outbreak. Father, what's the matter? It's just a tiny little family in the Lu Hua kingdom, what's to worry about? Oh, I know, you must be worried about that granddaughter Bai Yan. There's nothing to fret. The girl may be a name part of that family, but she's not a biological one. They have no blood relationship. Besides, we are working under the medicine sect. Lu Yang didn't even want to waste his energy on this nonsense. Whipping his sleeve at the boy's head to give him a good smack on the back end, you will go this instant to apologize to the Lan house. I'm telling you, if you become the cause of the Blood Moon sect's demise, then I will never let you go. Mustn't provoke the Lan house. 3. At the same time, within the palace of the Feng Qi kingdom, a certain beautifully dressed woman was currently loafing around on the dragon chair with some wine in hand. Due to the person's lazy demeanor, the fluid was constantly dripping down the corner of those blossom lips as she gorged herself. Lan Shaoling, what's so bad about me that you must keep rejecting my advances? Am I not beautiful enough, or am I not outstanding in your eyes? If I am not good enough, then I can change. I can make myself more perfect. Yet you don't even give me a chance. Majesty, a eunuch hurriedly walks in from the front, his voice urgent. The first elder seeks an audience. However, before her words could be passed on to the person in question, a white-robed elder have already walked into the main hall. Arching his hand, "My queen." "Ho!" Feng Yuan snarls sardonically, "Who are you calling queen? I can't even decide my own marriage, so what point is there in me being in this post? Why don't you go find another to take up this spot so I can go chase after Shaoling? I need nothing, only his company as we wander the world freely." That's right, this ruling position didn't bring comfort for the love-struck girl, only binding rules and constraint. "My queen, my visit today is only to ask you one question." The elder didn't get angry at all. On the contrary, he seems quite pleased instead. "Do you really like that lawn, Shaoling? Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases." Making a self-deprecating smile at herself, Feng Yuan's sorrowful face grew more apparent. "I have known Shaoling for 8 years and have loved him ever since. For him, I'm willing to keep my harem empty. But what's the point when he doesn't love me at all?" Taking another sip from her wine cup, "Originally, I thought even if he doesn't love me, he would still hold some affections. That's why I threatened him not so long ago. But now, not only did he not answer my plea, he's now completely ignoring me. Did I not do enough? I can change, I really can change. If he's not willing to marry into the Feng Qi kingdom, then I can abandon this post and go to his home. As long as he says it, then I will. My queen, if you want to go to him, then go. I will find someone to safeguard the kingdom while you are gone." The old man's iris flashed meaningfully as he spoke. Pang. As a result of that statement, the wine jug that was already wobbling constantly by the chair handle have now smashed onto the floor, causing a pungent smell of alcohol to stain the hall. "Do you really mean it?" Feng Yuan's surprised face shoots up with excitement, causing that beautiful face to turn dazzling. "Of course I mean it," the old man gives a mild nod. "I had intended earlier to fulfill your wishes after learning of Bai Yan's status within the Holy Land. Shame that news broke out. The woman's not a genuine daughter of that lawn house, that's why I wanted more time to think about it. Mustn't provoke the lawn house, for, prior to everything, Bai Yan did not have any communication with the Lawn family and only ever made contact after she returned with her son. That's why no one could figure out the relationship between the two parties. But," the old man dons a shallow smile, "just the other day I have managed to get wind of some new information." "What information?" Feng Yuan grew a tad irritated at being baited. There's no question she wants to know the secret. After all, it couldn't be anything small if it could change this old fart's opinion to such extent. "I heard that Bai Yan's biological mother is Bai Ning of the medicine sect, the young lady of that power. Due to the woman being missing for many years, the lord of that place is now showing immense gratitude to the Lawn family by issuing a decree. Anyone who meets the old family chief of that household is now to treat the elder like the lord himself." "My queen." Wrinkling that old brow, the elder seems to not understand the lack of response. "When he was but a young master of the Lawn family, all of you were preventing me from going to him. Now that his family is with background, you are pushing me to him. Even if you can be this shameless doesn't mean I can." The elder's complexion completely changes. "My queen, this is a golden opportunity. Enough. I don't want to see anyone right now. If you want me to continue staying inside the kingdom, then don't bother me." After saying this, Feng Yuan was done speaking with the elder and closed herself off. In light of the blatant dismissal, the senior nevertheless continues to pester the woman until he too was at a loss. In the end, both parties separated on negative terms. After the footsteps faded away, Feng Yuan slowly opened her eyes and picked up the wine jug. "Shaoling, perhaps we really will have to go our separate ways in the future. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases." Back at the beginning, it was everyone else who deemed Lan Shaoling to be too inferior while she herself didn't care. But now, the situation has been reversed and it's herself who's not worthy of him. Lawn House. Lon Xiaoling was currently looking up into the open sky as if he's thinking of something. Big brother, it's unsure when Lon Xiaoyan had come, but the second grandson had somehow managed to sneak up behind his brother's back in the main courtyard. Are you thinking about her again? I'm sure Her Majesty is only saying those words in a moment of heat. She doesn't mean it. After all, the both of you have been friends for so many years. Retracting his gaze, the troubled boy turns to his younger brother. About the matter of you injuring the young lord of the Blood Moon sect, is grandfather able to handle it? One person's fault is one person's responsibility. I don't need grandfather to clean up after me. Lon Xiaoyan's voice turned hard. If nothing else, I will give him my legs and that's that. Grandpa is so old already, how can I bear to have him continue working so hard? What's more, the disaster is caused by me, I won't ever regret it. Do not worry, Lon Xiaoling then pats his younger brother's shoulder. I will not turn a blind eye to this matter either. As long as the Lon house is around, then no one can hurt you. But, big brother, the boy still wanted to speak but was cut off by the other side. You are my younger brother, so your mistake is my responsibility. What's more, one cannot be too timid when representing our family. You did no wrong. Also, if you had turned a blind eye to something like that, then I really would have looked down upon you. By Chang Feng's birthday, Lon Xiaoyan only grew more remorseful. If not for me, then perhaps the whole family wouldn't have had to worry so much. Young master, young master. It was then that a servant came running over, his breath panting still from the rush. This isn't good, young masters. Someone big is happening. What? What happened? Both boys were startled by that. Is it the Blood Moon sect? This possibility promptly causes the second grandson to drop a rock into his heart. Nevertheless, the fear quickly changed to a firmness never before seen in the boy's eye. Let's go, we will see first then decide. Patting his younger brother's shoulder, Lon Xiaoling attempts to reassure the other side with his soft voice. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Giving a nod in return, Lon Xiaoyan hurried to follow his older brother and the messenger. Main reception hall. Old Lord Lon was currently gawking his eyes out in his master chair due to the impressive number of treasure boxes displayed before his very eyes. Grandfather, what is going on? Lon Xiaoling asks, his brow furrowing hard at the odd scene. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. At the moment the old house master was still clouded in a mass of fog, that's why it took him so long to respond. However, before the old man could say a single word, another servant of the household has already run over in haste to report. Milord, the elder of the Shadowless sect is wishing to seek an audience. Shadowless sect. A series of hissing sounds were filling up the place, as well as looks of surprise in the two brothers' face. Isn't it supposed to be people from the Blood Moon sect? Why is it the Shadowless sect? Xiaoyan, did you go and provoke them as well? Lon Xiaoling's complexion was seriously not looking so well at this point. The Blood Moon sect is hard enough to handle, now there's a Shadowless sect. It seems we can't keep this matter from Bai Yan after all. I haven't had time to tell you boys. Stuttering, the old grandpa couldn't keep his cool at all. These things are all sent by those second-rate sects of the mainland. Skipping a beat at his grandfather's word, Lon Xiaoling widened his eyes in shock. Why would those sects send us gifts? What is going on here? I don't know either. Old Lord Lon also makes a frown. Then, perhaps, they've all gone crazy. Apart from this reason, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Just as he was discussing the reasons with his grandsons, the elder from the Shadowless sect have finally stepped into the main hall with the gift in hand. I'm assuming this must be Senior Lon. Senior Lon. Old Lord Lon was seriously taken aback by the form of address. Whether it be strength or seniority, the other side was by far leagues ahead of himself. Twitching in that mouth till it's now showing an awkward face, I am not worthy of such seniority. but do tell your reasoning for this visit. No, no, your position in our heart is well deserving of being called senior. Making an awkward laugh himself, the elder from the shadowless sect hurries to get to the point. I'm here to bring gifts and to congratulate your family. Now old Lord Lon was getting more and more confused because it's one thing if only a single person came, but so many at once. There's no way this could be a coincidence, thus making his heart more and more anxious by this point. Senior, you wouldn't mind me calling you Senior, right? Mind telling me what is happening? Why are all the powers out there sending my family gifts left and right? By Chang Feng's birthday, too, you don't know. The elder from the shadowless sect exclaimed with amazement in his eyes. Did the medicine sect people not come to you yet? The news has spread across the whole continent already, and the hottest topic was of how fortunate the Lon family was in getting such good luck. But more than that, they're also making sure to convey one message in their conversations: it's better to provoke the Underlord than the Lon house. That's why the various powers are coming in droves to offer their gifts to this family. They don't want to leave a bad impression. I don't know anything, old Lord Lon rolls his eyes. I only know that before you arrived at my home, I kept getting gifts sent to me by various powers. Don't tell me you are here to thank me for my grandson's act of beating the young lord of the Blood Moon sect, right? What does this have to do with Blood Moon sect? The guest raises a brow at the odd question. But before the miscommunication could be cleared up, it was then the servant who retreated earlier came running back. Not good, Chief, the Blood Moon sect's people are here. The old grandpa literally jolted out of his seat. Where are they right now? In the end, they are here still. The servant quickly gives himself a wipe to clear those trickling sweat. They want me to present this visitation letter to you first. Visitation letter. The old man's expression quickly shifted from a stern one to a stunned look. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases just like their grandfather. Lon Shaoling and his younger brother was also looking at each other in shock. When did the Blood Moon sect become so polite that they would first send a visitations letter before coming to settle a score? It couldn't be. They want to first show politeness before drawing the knife. Let him come in then. In the end, old Lord Lon ends up doing as expected while rubbing his hand in a perturbed manner. If it's going to be a knife regardless, then let's get it over with directly. Yes, Chief. After getting the order, the servant then hurried to retreat. Minutes later, a middle-aged man could be seen walking in with a crowd of followers behind his back. As a result of this domineering lineup, the occupants inside had to take a good moment to realize there's also a stretcher in the back as well. In fact, if not for the constant moaning and groaning of the boy's painful voice, old Lord Lon would have completely missed it entirely. Lord Lu, seeing the intense air from the group, old Lord Lon knew this couldn't be good. Though his heart was also nervous and unsettled, he nevertheless presses on. This is indeed the fault of my grandson. However, your son isn't entirely without fault either. If he didn't. Bang! But before the old grandpa could finish his words, Lu Yang have already instructed his men to stop and put the stretcher down. Roaring now, what are you still lying down there for? Hurry and get your ass off of it. Stiff in his old face over the picture, what sort of situation is this? Isn't Lord Lu here to demand punishment for his son's injury? Yua. As a result of being thrown off of the stretcher, Lu Su's injured leg ended up making a severe impact on the floor. Father, Bang! Another stomp comes flying down at the injured boy's back, causing him to issue out a long wailing howl of agony. How could I have given birth to a coward like you? To think my son would do something like raping a maiden in broad daylight. Hurry and apologize to Chief Lon this instant. Whether he wants to beat you or punish you is all up to his decision. Screaming and bashing, Lu Yang's appearance was the epitome of a father enraged by his son's poor behavior. However, old Lord Lon clearly knows that the Blood Moon sect wasn't the reasonable type and the counter-opposite of a righteous faction. By Chang Feng's birthday, 3, after all, If the other side was so righteous in their manner of doing things, then there wouldn't be such a cockroach among their ranks. Can anyone tell me what happened? Why are all these powers acting this way? Did they all get knocked on the head or something? Senior, Lu Yang grumpily shoots a glare at his own son before turning back with a flattering smile. My useless son is truly outrageous. But since I've already punished him, I'm hoping Senior could have leniency when carrying out your side of the beating. After saying this, his sight then shifted to Lan Xiaoyan with a smile as well. This must Senior's second grandson. Look at how promising he is, truly a figure of upstanding nature. My son made a terrible mistake a couple of days ago, but thank goodness you were there to stop him. The lesson is a good one, a great one. Allow me to extend my gratitude for the lecture you instilled upon him. If it weren't for Lu Yang's sincere look, then perhaps Lan Xiaoyan would still believe the guy was faking it and inwardly cursing and yelling at him inside. The grandpa frowned. I have seen my daughter's letter, but that doesn't change anything. Yenna will always be my family's granddaughter. Why do you ask? Did she get into some sort of trouble while outside? If so, then it's also my fault for not disciplining her. If you people want to make trouble, then send it my way. No, no, the elder hurriedly shook his head. Senior Lan, don't misunderstand me. What I want to say is that Bai Yan's biological mother is Miss Bai Ning, the long-lost young lady of the medicine sect. Boom! These words were like thunder, sending the entire Lan household asunder. Bai Yan's biological mother is Miss Bai Ning, the missing young lady of the medicine sect. Now the grandpa remembers. According to his old memories, his daughter Lan, you did have a friend by that name long ago, just that the name didn't ring any bells until now. Is what you saying absolutely true? Trembling right down to his fingers, everything seems so surreal to this old grandpa. But what does this have to do with my Lan house? The fact that Bai Yan was the disciple of the Holy Land elders didn't change much when it became public knowledge. The reasoning being the girl's not a genuine child of the Lan household. Of course, Old Lord Lan would be pleased that the girl could find her biological family, but that doesn't explain anything about the change in attitude from everyone. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Of course it does. The elder makes a rather frank laugh, like he's quite amused by the situation. Miss Bai Yan declared it already, saying the entire Lan house is to be invited to Lord Bai's birthday celebration. And as a way to please his newfound granddaughter, Bai Chang Feng has made it publicly known that you are to be treated with respect. Whether it be the members of the medicine sect or the other powers out there, the rule applies to everyone. And if anyone dares to refuse this order, they will become the enemy of the medicine sect. That's a declaration directly from the Lord himself. After saying that, the elder from the Shadowless sect then sneaks a peek at the muppy-looking man from the Blood Moon sect. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Sweating profusely, Lu Yang attempts to downplay the matter. My son is indeed immature and ignorant. Sir Xiaoyan beat him good and proper. From now on, the citizens of the Lu Hua Kingdom is my Blood Moon sect's responsibility. What happened that day will never happen again. By Chang Feng's birthday, 4, and Lu Yang then puts on the most pleasing smile one could make. I will take my son to apologize to the girl and make compensations. Would that be fine? Due to how muddled Old Lord Lan's brain was still at the moment, he had completely missed everything the man said and only nodded to the question like a machine. Seeing this, Lu Yang finally issued out a relieving sigh. Glaring at the guards behind himself, what are you bunch still standing there for? Hurry and drag this brat to the girl so he can apologize. This will be your lesson. If I hear another incident like this in the future, then I will break your legs for good. And as if his words weren't enough, the man swiftly raised another stomp at his sons, but to send him flying out the door. So close. My Blood Moon sect nearly got destroyed because of this useless son of mine. Oh, thank goodness that Lan Xiaoyan isn't injured, otherwise who knows what the medicine sect would have done to us. Turning around again, Senior Lan, I should leave as well. But be assured, if there is anyone who dares to cross your family in the future, then you just need to say the word. My Blood Moon sect will unconditionally come to your aid. Cross. The elder from the Shadowless sect couldn't resist a smirk. Who in their right mind would want to cross this family from now on? Besides, if the Lawn House really is facing trouble, why would they need you to help when there's countless others more willing and more powerful to step in? Senior Lawn, I will also take my leave then as well, since I brought the gift as per my lord's instruction. When the time comes, I will be sure to greet you at the medicine sect. Ha ha ha. Once again making a jolly laugh like when he first entered, the elder from the Shadowless sect soon left, leaving behind his gift just like the rest today. Still muddled and dazed there, old Lord Lon eventually issued a lamenting sigh. Xiaoling, Xiaoyan, your aunt has done many wrong things in her life. She handed all of the Dan pills the family saved to that ungrateful bastard, then even in death she never returned to us for help. However, she nevertheless did one correct thing in her life, and that is to take Bai Yan in as her own. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. In the years where Lan Yu was still alive, Bai Yan was undeniably the most favored daughter of the Bai house, where both father and mother showered the girl with love. But good times never last. As the old saying goes, a stepmother could never truly take in one that's not her own. It's too bad that bastard died too early, said Lan Xiaoyan with a sense of injustice. If that bastard is still alive right now and learns of Bai Yan's identity, then he would be regretting it even more than he did. It was Bai Jingxiang who lost the young lady of the medicine sect, and it was he who also turned Bai Yan into his enemy. Imagine the man being still alive right now. It's almost certain he would be green with regret by this point. If I remember correctly, it should be Nangong Yi's execution date in 2 days. Old Lord Lon suddenly brings up the topic after some musing. We can pass this information off to him. As stern and upright as this old grandpa may look on the outside, he's in fact very biased when it came to his own family. I will do it, Lon Shaoling preemptively offers to take the job after some contemplation. Nangong Yi is already judged with treason, just that His Majesty wants to keep him imprisoned until a later date. Even if the main conspirator was Bai Ruo and not the former crown prince, Nangong Yi nevertheless still had a hand in it. There's no way he could shirk off responsibility. By Chang Feng's birthday, 5, more importantly, Nangong Yuan, king, knows that if he doesn't deal with Nangong Yi, then it would likely offend Bai Yan. As such, he could only personally sentence his own son to death for the sake of himself. Fortunately, there are still 2 days from the date of the execution. Nangong Yi, he can suffer for the remainder of his time in this life. That's what Lan Shaoling thought, wanting to get some payback. The dungeon's a cold and damp place. By no means was it a comfortable place, evident by the countless flies hovering around the former crown prince's body that's currently huddling to one corner. Nangong Yi originally couldn't stand such drastic changes to his lifestyle, but anything would become the norm after so long in here. Did any of you hear about the news? All of those third and second-rate powers out there are coming to give gifts to the Lawn House in droves. They say each of the boxes are holding priceless treasures. Che, who doesn't know this yet? Pretty much everyone in the kingdom and the whole land is booming with this news. Lord Song's wife is the granddaughter of the Lord of the Medicine sect, and that the lady who left the girl behind to Miss Lan Yu is in fact the young miss of that power. Now, as gratitude for the care they gave Miss Bai Yan, the Medicine sect is now openly shielding the Lawn House with their influence. Not only that, because of the Dowager and Prince Xuan's good relationship with the lady, they're now invited to the Medicine sect's upcoming birthday celebration for the Lord. It can be said that our Lu Hua kingdom is now on a whole different level compared to our neighbors. Oh! Just as the 2 prison guards were at the height of their discussion, that's when a painful and heart-wrenching howl broke in. What is doing now by screaming like that? One of the guards asks, his brow furrowed into a knot. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases, probably fear I'm guessing. He only has 2 days before his execution. Forget about him, let's continue where we left off. Back over in the prison cell, Nangong Yi was currently holding his head in a painful manner as tears of remorse trickled down his side. Bai Yan is the granddaughter of the medicine sect. The words from the prison guards were like haunting echoes, constantly ringing inside his ear until he nearly broke his teeth by gnashing down in agony. Bai Yan was supposed to be my wife. The glory of the lawn house is supposed to be mine. It was me who threw all of those away. This is all my own doing. Ha ha ha. The crying didn't stop, however, it did eventually evolve into a hair-raising laugh that creeped the hell out of everyone else. Bai Yan, if life could be rewind. I will never give up on you again. In that split second, everything in his life seems replay itself like a drama show before his very eyes. And it was also at this point where he realizes how much he missed, how much he lost, and how much he pushed away. This erratic behavior naturally drew in the attention of the prison guards who's still discussing the topic. Shaking their head upon coming to check, this once glorious prince really have gone crazy now. What do we do now? The shorter guard turns to his companion and asks. What can we do? Let's go and report this to the young master from the lawn house. If we can somehow please that family, then we won't have to worry about being picked on by others again. That said, the two men then happily strolled out of the dungeon, leaving behind nothing but the erratic laughter of the former crown prince and his remorseful self. By Changfeng's birthday, 6, ever since Bai Yan's return to her ancestral roots that day, the group that's the happiest had to be the elder council of the medicine sect. In fact, these old geezers have been ignoring their daily tasks for the past couple of days and would hound around the woman to ask her questions about alchemy. 1 or 2 days wasn't a big deal, but after some extended duration Bai Changfeng has had it. Giving the order, he declares that none was to disturb his granddaughter out of petty jealousy. He intends to monopolize the girls' time so they could bond together and catch up on the missed time they lost. However, rather than just bonding with her genuine grandfather, Bai Yan was more interested in her mother's story during these past few days. According to the information she got from everyone, Bai Ning was an outstanding and talented young woman whom disappeared over 20 years ago. Since then, the missing person never returned and left no clue as to her whereabouts. If not for Bai Changfeng insisting that his daughter's still alive, the other members of the medicine sect would have likely set up a tombstone for her by now. CEO Wang, what are you doing here? The yellow-robed elder Tian Xian had only intended to walk past the place when he noticed the odd sight. CEO Wang's face blushed red from being caught and didn't know how to answer his peers' questioning. Are you looking for the lady? Tian Xian's brow tightened hard at the idea. Didn't the Lord declare no one is to come bother her? Now that Bai Ning's no longer around, there could only be one lady, and that was Bai Yan. Making a deflated face, I don't want to disturb her either, I just want to apologize for the mistake I made before. Ho ho, Tian Xian scoffs a sarcastic laugh, so not being a dog of Ying now eh? CEO Wang's body naturally stiffened at the remark. In fact, his shame was so bad that he could literally dig his own head into the dirt and stay there. If you had known it was wrong, then why did you do it? Sighing at his companion's remorseful face, the yellow-robed elder shakes his head. It's best you leave now. If the Lord finds out you are stalking the lady's residence, then you might not even be able to keep your head at this rate. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. But just as the elder was ready to leave and move on with his business as intended, Tian Xian suddenly remembered something else. Stopping again, also, the punishment for the things you did during the alchemy convention is already decided. The punitive hall will soon hand the judgment into your hands, so I suggest you be good and stay out of trouble during this period. Be glad that your life is intact. That said, Tian Xian then swiftly walked away without looking back. In this moment, CEO Wang simply couldn't hold back his remorse anymore and firmly grasped onto his chest in agony. Regret. He truly regrets it. If he had known Bai Yan was Bai Ning's daughter, then he never would have followed Ying. But time doesn't turn back and one couldn't undo their regrets. For better or for worse, CEO Wang would have to bear his own mistakes and live with it. Whether he learns from this folly was another matter and another story for a different time. By Changfeng's birthday, 7, inside a certain pavilion located within the courtyard, Bai Yan was currently lying on the bench in a lazy manner when she sensed the familiar scent behind herself. But before she knew, a naughty pair of lips have already kissed down at her own to smother it with love. She's of course both annoyed and angered by this overreach of personal space, but that instantly changed when those eyes flicked open to see the reflected face. It's dangerously handsome under that setting light of the evening sun, so much so that she literally skipped a beat from the daze of the moment. "What are you thinking about?" The man's voice sounded low and mesmerizing as he pulled that reddish figure into his embrace. "I was just thinking about..." Arching a devious smirk, Bai Yan looks up to meet those eyes. "In the demon realm, I wonder how many of those demonesses are willing to jump into your bed if you asked." "Probably all of them, right?" That remark didn't sit well with Ditsang at all. Making a frown, "I only need you. As for the females in the demon realm, I need none of them because they can't even compare to a single strand of your hair." Grabbing that ill-behaving finger, Ditsang decides it's time he showed some masculinity by putting on a convincing voice like he would have it no other way. "You took away my first time, so you must take responsibility. I won't give you the chance to leave my side, not now and not in the future." During that entire speech, the man's eye only reflected her and nothing else. As a result of this, Bai Yan actually felt flustered and didn't know how to react. This man is too dangerous. I mustn't let him into my mind like this, otherwise I will be in trouble. "Don't be afraid," Ditsang's voice keeps cutting into her head like a haunted ghost trying to break down those walls. Looking up again, "Oh, and what am I supposed to be afraid of, you say?" Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Don't worry, you will be the mistress of the demon realm when we return home. If anyone dares to cross your path, then you can just kill them directly. If not, then you can also turn them into your slave. You can do as you please with them. I'm sure you will have plenty of things to do with those whom you don't like." Bai Yan's heart actually shook hard over that statement, for this was the first time a man had said they would support her in such a way. "Tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday. I need to go prepare for it." Breaking free from the man's grasp, she then tiptoed her feet to give a counter kiss on the other side's lip. Boom! Ditsang's reaction was explosive at first, then it was an absolute sheet of nothingness in the head until he eventually came back to his senses. Grinning mischievously like a fox, he promptly gave chase to pull his woman back in to have another go. However, this time instead of a simple peck, it was a hearty French kiss where their tongues mingled and played together for a good minute. "Now that's enough." Eventually letting go, these were the first words he had for Bai Yan once he's satisfied. "By Chang Feng's birthday, 8, batty father, you are bullying mother again." Coming from behind was the soft voice of a certain little steam bun. Aware of this, Ditsang immediately swung around to find his nosy son hiding behind one of the doorways with a certain little white cat in his arms. "If you have wife in the future, then you will be the same." Since the man was still in a good mood after having his way with his woman, he didn't pay any heed to that remark and ignored the rudeness. "I don't want any wifey," puckering his lip, Bai Xiaochen didn't agree at all with his old man's belief. "And even if I did, I won't hurt her like the way you are doing it. Instead, I will love and keep her safe from baddies." Younger sister. These two words practically caused the baby boy's eye to sparkle with hope. "Am I going to have a sister very soon?" Ditsang answers seriously, "Very soon, that's right. After returning to the demon realm this time, he will have his wife give the boy plenty of little sisters." That, biting his lip in deep thought, Bai Xiaochen apparently had trouble deciding on who to side with, a sister or his mother. Can baddie father be gentler with mother next time? "You always bite mother. It will hurt her." "I want a little sister, but I don't want mother to be hurt either." "You will know when you grow up," and I am not biting, it's kissing. Puckering that lip to the side, Bai Xiaochen didn't buy the explanation at all. Batty father is a liar. He clearly bit mother and I saw it. Now it was Di Tsang's turn to cast some doubts over his own behavior. Is my actions bullying? Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Batty father, I am not a 3-year-old child anymore, you can't keep fooling me. Puffing those cheeks, the little steambun's face looked adorably red at the moment. Well, the fact that you are not a 3 years old is true, you are a 6-year-old child. Gawking that mouth and grievance, Bai Xiaochen seems to have hit a sore spot for some reason. Can I tell mother that Batty father is bullying me again? Do you still need something? Asked Di Tsang, who saw his son still lingering around. Frowning then for a good moment, Bai Xiaochen suddenly issued out a strange sigh. Mother once told me a story about a place called Earth. She said that she knew a person in that place. The girl's parents were very loving at first, but that ultimately changed in the end when the girl's mother's side of the family got into trouble. The father hesitated at that time, fearing the trouble would also drag down his side of the family as well, leaving the girl's mother to fend for herself. I don't understand the story honestly, but Batty father, I would always see tears coming out of mother's eyes when she tells me this story. Tearing up now, Bai Xiaochen looks up with those glossy eyes at his old man. So this is why your mother refused to accept me at the beginning. Making a bitter smile in return, Di Tsang finally understands. Mother is afraid of being abandoned like the girl in the story. Batty father, you wouldn't be as unreliable as that man, would you? Firm in his voice, Di Tsang answers with absolute certainty, no. Even if it means betraying the world, would never betray her. Then I will give mother to you. Bai Xiaochen's face appeared somewhat sad when making that statement, however, he did relent eventually. She is my most important woman and if you bully mother again, I will take her away and go find Godfather and make her leave you for good. By Chang Feng's birthday, 9, gladly giving his son a pat on the head, and how are you supposed to know who your most important woman is when you are only so old? What's more, I will not give Chu Yifeng the opportunity. My woman will only love me. I of course know, Bai Xiaochen said it with such surety that it's hard to doubt his claim, mother is my most important woman in this world and my most favorite woman in this life. Anyone who dares to bully mother will bleed for it. Despite his young age, the little man was already starting to show off his domineering style. Exactly like his old man's. As expected of my son, says this with a smile on Di Tsang's face. The demon realm will be yours in due time. When the time comes, I can take your mother out to travel the world. The dream may be nice and wonderful, however, that did not sit well with the baby boy at all. Collapsing in his face like he just stepped on shit, Bai Xiaochen puts on a miserable and desperate look. Can you not? Fine. Really? Lighting up in the eyes, the boy looks on with hope. After your mother gives you a little sister, then we can go for a younger brother as well. When I pass the throne to you and you don't care for it, you can pass it on to your younger brother instead. Why not directly to my sister? Puckering his lip to the side in discontent, Bai Xiaochen didn't get the gender inequality. Now it was Di Tsang's turn to raise a brow like he didn't expect his son to ask. That's because being the king is too tiring. A wave of malice seems to be swarming over the boy's head at the moment. It can't be, a son is only used for squeezing and a daughter is used for spoiling. This is really unfair. Well, are you willing to let your sister work hard? Casting an inquisitive look to his son, Di Tsang actually wanted to know the opinion of others for once. Stumping for a moment, Bai Xiaochen had to spend a good while biting his thumb in contemplation. I don't. Alright, let's have mother make a younger brother too. When you squeeze me, then I will squeeze my little brother. Despite his will to hold back that laughter of his, Di Tsang simply couldn't when seeing the kind of face his son was making. It's downright adorable and deserving of a hugging kiss if Bai Yan was around. Batty father, you wouldn't be only trying to coax me into lying to mother so she would have kids with you. Finally noticing the oddity in his old man as well, the boy suspiciously eyes the guilty suspect. Of course not, turning stern and losing his smile. Besides, if you don't help me then the burden of leading the demon realm will fall on you. I, instantly showing a deflated demeanor, let's have mother make a little sister and brother then. Yes, this is the perfect outcome. While Batty father takes mother to travel the world, I will take sister and tag along from behind. He can forget about ditching me by then. Deetsang makes a proud smile, then you need to help me some more by getting your mother to give you more siblings. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. While the devious Demon King schemes to get his wife into his bed, the son on the other hand was having a tough time swallowing the demand. Didn't we agree before that I won't have to help? Also, why do I keep getting the notion that Batty father is trying to coax and trick me? Batty father, biting that little lip, when are we going to the demon realm? After grandfather's birthday. We will go back by then. Talk about saying it like a done deal. Loud and crisp, Deetsang's proclamation as Bai Chongfeng's grandson-in-law has now been openly taken despite everyone's lack of knowledge. That is mother's grandfather. When did it become Batty father's? Wide-eye in surprise, Bai Xiaochen didn't get what his old man was doing. Father, I know you want to use me to get into mother's bed. However, you can't just kick me aside once you succeed. I want you to promise me this before I help you. That quickly brought on a frown onto Deetsang's face. Am I the type to kick someone aside after using them? Bai Chongfeng's birthday, 10, and also. Who told you that I want to climb into your mother's bed? Auntie, of course. Due to his innocence, Bai Xiaochen has mistakenly brought disaster upon the demon princess who only wanted to do good. Good. Deetsang's tone promptly got frosty for a brief second there. Very good. I will remember her work. For the baby boy, he naturally wouldn't miss the strange anomaly. Giving a shiver, why do I feel like being remembered by Batty father is a very bad thing? Achoo! I'm guessing it's your brother if anything. Chu Yi notes from the side and earns a horrid response. I hope it's not him and someone else. The demon princess shudders at the thought. Being missed by my brother is too scary. Xiaoyun. It was then that Chu Yi caught a glimpse of their long-awaited guest from afar. Look over there, it's your family. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases lighting up at that info. Lan Xiaoyun didn't take much to notice his grandfather leading the pack over to the position. Making a cute and excited face as she waved at them, grandfather, elder brother, second brother. Her actions immediately caught the attention of the party. You are all finally here. I and cousin have been waiting forever for all of you. Making a cough to clear his throat, the one to speak out was old Lord Lan. Let's go, I want to meet Yenner. By the way, explain the details to me about what's happened thus far. Alright. Watching as the family group went ahead before themselves, Di Xiao once suddenly turns to his rival friend Chu Yi. I heard your holy land is in the same league as the medicine sect around here. How come your side didn't send people over for Lord Bai's birthday? Of course it's not like that, my brother merely doesn't like to show himself before the prearranged time. Stretching those beautiful arms out against the open sky, Chu Yi doesn't seem to be satisfied with her teasing yet. Let's go back and rest, I'm sure your own brother is already looking for you. This promptly raised a sour face onto the demon princess who instinctively stopped herself from walking. Do you even want me to go back anymore? Why are you trying to scare me so much? Humph, that's because my mood is not happy. Who can you blame but yourself for being Bai Yan's sister-in-law? I was supposed to be in that position. All droopy in her eyes now, Chu Yi stares directly at the demon princess, like you would understand my emotions. Despite my fondness for Bai Yan, it's you who got to be what I wanted. So, what's wrong with scaring you? If I don't scare you a bit then I can't soothe my annoyance. Fine, fine, fine. Out of consideration for your bad mood, I will overlook it this time. All smiles now, Di Xiaowan happily cocks her chin high into the air like the winner. However, that was a mistake. What are you still standing there for? Seeing her friend not moving still, Chu Yi decides to shoot another killing blow to hurt her counterpart. If you don't move it, then your brother might just come out here in person. By then the consequences would be far worse than just making him wait. Shuddering in cold sweat at the terrifying thought, Di Xiaowan ended up running over in haste at the end despite her hesitation. Finally, the day for Bai Changfeng's birthday has arrived, and so did the curtain become drawn for the glorious era of the Lawn House. Whether it be the members of the medicine sect or other powers invited to attend, everyone was showing absolute respect for the old house chief and his family. Returned to the demon realm, one, in particular, were the two unmarried young masters of the Lawn House. Since they still needed a proper wife, it's no wonder the female disciples, from young to old, would swarm around the boys like moths to a burning flame. Because of this incident, neither brother would dare to step out of their rooms and cause them to miss the rare opportunity to explore. Fortunately, the date of the celebration was at hand, thus allowing the two siblings to heave a sigh of relief. Night time. The Lord of the Demon Beast sect has arrived. The Elder of the Misty Fairy House has arrived. The Holy Land's young lord. Numerous announcing voices were abnormally crisp and clear despite the vast number of sound signatures in the air. For everyone else, this was undoubtedly a day worthy of celebration and a joyous occasion. Yet it was Bai Yan herself who seems to be the most restless as she eyed the outside for some unknown reason. "Cousin," it was just then a voice comes up from the back. Turning around, she looks up to find a familiar figure. "Second cousin, something wrong?" Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Well, Lan Xiaoyan calmly nods. "I know you are waiting for your brother. I want you to know he's already left." Left? Bai Yan's palm immediately fell into a tight clench of discomfort. He left. Why? Where did he go? The boy's the first person she met when she fell into this strange and unknown world. And it was also he who gave her warmth and unforgettable care when no one else would. Now that she's able to give him a stable life, he leaves. Why? For what reason? Little cousin asked me to pass on a message to you. Bai Xiao said you are growing too fast and too high, so much so that he couldn't keep up at this rate. Therefore, he could only use his own method to catch back up to you and not be left behind. A sheen of complicated emotions ran through Lan Xiaoyan's iris after those words. He also said you are the one he must protect with everything he has in this life. When he's grown and strong enough, he will surely return to your side. Bai Yan's heart trembled at that notion. Pursing her already dry lip, that silly boy. Cousin, you don't have to worry about your brother. He will take good care of himself. If fate permits, we will meet again very soon for sure. Lan Xiaoyan was honestly in pain over Bai Yan's saddened face. I believe in Xiaoer. My brother will always be the best. That's right, one day he will return home to my side. Let's go. Not waiting for the boy to speak first, Bai Yan decides to take the lead. My grandfather's birthday feast has begun, let's go inside. But before she took the last step inside, the woman didn't forget to cast one final glance at the darkness of this night. Brother, I believe in you and that we will meet again very soon. Somewhere inside a secluded valley, the stars were exceptionally bright as they twinkled with light. Bai Xiao, what's wrong? The young man further ahead of the pair asks his companion. Nothing, it's fine. Let's go. The other teen replies like it's nothing despite looking over in the direction of the medicine sect. Do you really want to go to that place? I say, we should just lose the idea. That place really isn't suitable for anyone. You should. Return to the demon realm, too. I'm set on this. The teen's eyes were firm and unyielding. You only need to lead me there. When the time comes you can stay outside and wait for me. Nonsense. When the friend heard this, he immediately grew angry. Am I that type of person who only knows how to cower away in front of death? If I'm brave enough to enter the dragon's den, then I sure as hell would go with you. Against his friend's words, Bai Xiao only grew more firm, like he's even convinced his choice today was the right one. Wait for me, sister. Once I have enough strength, then I will definitely return to protect you. When the time comes, I will let you see a brand new me. On the day of the birthday celebration, everything went as smoothly as one could hope, thus signaling the time for Bai Yan to leave with Ditsang for the demon realm. However, Bai Changfeng didn't know this until the last second. In the end, the old grandpa cried his hearts out with tears flowing and even managed to infect his great-grandson to cry with him. If not for Bai Yan moving quick to nab Bai Xiachen away with her, the baby boy would have agreed to stay. No. Ditsang outright refuses the request. There's good reason for his firm answer. Instead of crying out with a plead like Bai Yan's subordinate there, Mo Li Shang, new teen, on the other hand, has been tailing the family from behind in silence like a pitiful pet not wanting to be abandoned behind by his owner. I will be back very soon, you two stay here and wait for me. Bai Yan didn't want to hurt these two but figured it's best she didn't bring them either way. They're simply not fit to accompany her on this journey. Tearing up hard now, Wen Ru eyes the woman like he's just faced the biggest indignation. Yenner, you couldn't be abandoning me again. I can cook, clean the cat, and I can also warm your. But before that last tidbit of the sentence could be said, Ditsang have already made his mad dash by rushing in front of the teen. In one swift grab of the collar, the Demon King unkindly tosses the challenger into the far-off horizon until that figure was nothing but a spot of light. I alone am enough to warm her bed. Aside from murder and fighting, he has no other talent with the exception of being the bed warmer. But now even that's being robbed from him. Of course Ditsang wouldn't tolerate such insolence. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Uncle Mo, Bai Xiachen finally speaks up after the small charade. The place Mother and I are going is somewhere Uncle can't go. However, I will miss Uncle a lot, so wait for us. Against that soft and cuddly voice, that glistening babyish eye, Mo Li Shang simply for the love of God couldn't say no to it. Giving a nod, okay. Mother, let's go home. Turning around, Bai Xiachen makes the cheekiest smile to his old man like someone trying to gloat. Go home. Despite being looked down upon, Ditsang didn't mind. Just those words alone were enough to send his mood into an absolute delight. Come, we will go home. Sweeping up the kid in one hand, he then grabs a hold of his wife's hand with the other like one big happy family. Ditsang, have you forgotten something? Furrowing her brow, Bai Yan asks with an unhappy face. Did I forget something? This time the man was honestly confused and lost by the strange question. It's Di Xiao Wan. Gnashing her teeth like a lioness now, you forgot your own sister. This guy. Seriously, how can he even forget his own sister? Who knows if one day he would forget me and my son like so. Oh right. I seem to have lost her from my sight. Making a slight frown at the thought, Ditsang hurries to correct his own tone before he gets into trouble. Wait here for me then, I will go back and call her. Return to the demon realm. 3. Okay, Bai Yan nods, I will wait for you here with Xiachen. With that promise made, Ditsang's small bit of unease has also left his heart as well. Letting the baby boy out of his arms, he made sure to rub that little head before disappearing from view. Due to his speed, only an afterimage remains. Demon Realm. While this world seemed strange and eerie due to the blood moon hanging in the sky, coloring the terrain in an eternal red, the occupants of this land on the other hand was bustling with movement as a result of the state teacher's word. The king will soon return with the queen and crown prince. Counting down, the time is almost here. Hand against his back, the white-robed man had a surreally handsome appearance. If one had to describe him, he would be the only white lotus within a pond, independent without an ounce of tarnish. When bringing up the topic of the demon princess, the man's lip had inexplicably curled into a genuine smile over the girl's wayward appearance. Hope she's not making too much trouble outside, otherwise I will have to clean up her trail again like usual. But just as the state teacher was indulging himself in happy thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly cuts into his thoughts and broke that happy face. State teacher, I heard that His Majesty is coming back. The tone may only carry a hint of inquiry, even so, it's enough to cause a furrow to the other side. What are you doing here? Xiaowan doesn't like your presence, so you shouldn't have come. The receiver was a woman wearing a white long dress that held an extremely pure and beautiful appearance. If any random stranger were to get a look, they would surely fall heads over heels for this lady. State teacher, I only wanted to ask of King's status. There's no ulterior meaning. What's more, Her Highness is too immature. No matter what, we are still of the same kind. That's right, this lady was a fox, just like Di Xiaowan. The only difference would be their birth. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Just because she got lucky and was born into the royal family doesn't mean she's better than me. I will one day climb above that wench and make her kneel before my feet. You got some nerve talking behind the princess's back. A pang of frost instantly overtakes the state teacher's iris. Also, I'm making this clear now. This time the king is coming back with the queen and crown prince, so you can lose that wish of yours. With that said, a blast of power promptly flew out of the man's sleeve and sent the foxy lady flying until she had slammed directly into the supporting pillar behind herself. State teacher, you are misunderstanding me. Leaking a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth, the woman persists to keep up the story. I only wanted to care about His Majesty's well-being, would never dare to badmouth the princess. You know your heart better than anyone. I'm giving you this final warning. If you take a single step out of line, then I will personally see to it that your entire clan pays the price. Upon those words, all forms of gentleness have left the man, thus causing the fox woman to stiffen up. If state teacher is not willing to say, then I will see to myself out. Who doesn't know the king is cruel and ruthless? Therefore, in light of many females being in love with His Majesty, none would dare show a speck of their true intent. Return to the demon realm, for I being no exception. But that doesn't mean I will just step aside for a woman who's likely the result of state teacher's doing. A flicker of light flashes in the woman's iris as she curled that lip into a snarl. Dealing with such a woman will be easy. There will naturally be others to take charge in my stead. Tiger Clan's residence. Inside the place, a certain young maiden wearing a yellow skirt was in such a rush that she ended up missing the person in front of herself. As a result, the girl nearly bumped head first into the other side. Jun Ruqing, what are you doing? Squinting her eyes, she glares at the woman in front. The girl in the yellow skirt showed confusion at first but then quickly changed it to anger. What do you mean by this? My meaning is very simple. Jun Ruqing squints her eyes and scoffs a chuckle. Do you feel it's right for a human woman to be by His Majesty's side? I heard that female is a real slut back in the human world, constantly hooking up with different males. From what I know, she's already had 4 men until now. But because of state teacher's word, Sire is convinced the woman is the most suitable for him. So, don't you think state teacher is taking our king for a fool? Jun Ruqing's smile now deepened until it's blinding to the eye for some reason. Humph, I will go see the woman for myself when king returns. Biting her lip, the yellow skirt girl stabs her hands against the waist. I'd like to see what sort of ability she has to be picked by His Majesty. Inside the palace. A strong ray of light explodes out of the altar set inside the center of this grand structure, shrouding the entire demon world with its brilliance. Hail to the king, queen and crown prince. Your subjects are here to welcome the royal family's return. Those standing there all took to their knees upon seeing the man's purplish figure and his 2 accompanying family members. This one next to me is the future mistress of the demon realm, and she will be the only one. Perhaps it's due to fear of Bai Yan being intimidated by such a grand reception, but Di Tsang's hand had inexplicably tightened around the female's. Then again, there were no reason to because the ministers didn't object, only sharing a glance with each other like they expected as much. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. In addition, the sound of the man's overbearing voice rises again in volume. In this demon realm, the queen's word is law, followed second by my own. You must all respect her and listen to her command. If there's any violation, then no forgiveness shall be given. Bai Yan's heart trembled at that proclamation, her palm also tightening against the man's hand in return. In the past she couldn't get a sense of security that one would hope from a lifelong partner, but now, she's feeling it, and it's not such a bad thing. King's meaning is. It couldn't be, the queen's word is the rule and his own words is second fiddle. The ministers didn't expect this part from the man, so strange looks of bewilderment were being shared among each other. Sire, an old minister unsurely speaks up. If there's a conflict between your order and the queen's, who should we listen to? A chilly gaze shot over to him in that second, causing the old minister to leak out a layer of cold sweat. He knew his question was a mistake, so he didn't dare to look up anymore. Return to the demon realm. 5. It seems that my words haven't gotten through to you yet. The queen's word takes priority above all else, even if there is a conflict, the same applies. Shooting glares that could raise any spine in the recipient. What's more, are you implying I would get into a conflict with the queen? Are you trying to frame me? The old minister almost choked at that moment and nearly got to his knees again. King, you can't do this to others, I never said anything towards that meaning. Xiao Wan. Di Tsang then notices his sister, who have already strolled over to the state teacher's side. Looks like you are already losing your patience and wants to be wed. That scared the daylights out of the demon princess. Making a sorrowful face, the pampered girl looks on at his brother like he's done the most egregious thing ever. Your sister-in-law is already very tired. You should take her to rest first. I and state teacher still have things to discuss. Shooting a warning glare at his own sister then, remember the words I said to you before coming back. That instantly causes the demon princess to light up because there's no way she would forget something so devious. Anyone who bullies sister-in-law is to be removed at once. This will be fun. You go back and wait for me. I will come back later. Pulling his wife closer, Di Tsang whispers this into that dainty ear and got a faint nod in return. All right, I'll wait. After saying this, Bai Yan then releases her hand from his and picks up her son from the man's other arm. Xiao Wan, lead the way for me. Looking at the disappearing back of his family, Di Tsang's expression promptly got cold and dark as he scanned the welcoming committee. How are the preparations going for the war? Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Smiling still, the state teacher gives a nod of reassurance. I have already tossed the candidates in there for intense training, and the other preparations are well underway and near completion as well. Just that it's not easy to break the seal around our world. Sire, you must be prepared. No matter, the celestial realm will eventually be in my hands. Whatever she wants will be hers, I will see to it. King, state teacher suddenly furrows his brow a bit. There are a lot of women in the demon realm who is in love with you. I advise you to be careful lest the queen be wronged by one of those individuals. Only murder could be heard in Di Tsang's voice. In this world no one is allowed to harm my wife. Besides, Xiao Wan is with her. I'm very confident she will remove any who's dumb enough to trespass her way. Then just as the state teacher wanted to say some more, the cold-sounding words had once again rung out. Later, you go to do a statistic on the number of women trying to covet after the position of queen. After the statistic, they are then forbidden to draw close to the palace. If a single one of them breaks the rule, their legs will be the price. Stunned at first, the state teacher then made a wry smile of awkwardness. I just knew His Majesty would be like this. Whether it be the past life or this one, he's still acting the same towards the queen. This will be difficult to please. Oh right, retracting his focus from the matter at hand, I believe the marriage between you and Xiao Wan should be said as well. There were neither surprise nor unhappiness in the state teacher's eyes, however, the man was showing a strange look nevertheless. After a long moment of silence, did you get Xiao Wan's agreement? She has long forgotten about me. Now, me and her, I'm only the state teacher and a friend. Actually, sire, you don't need to do this for me, I only want to watch over her. In light of his words, an obvious level of pain could be felt from that tone. If she doesn't agree, then I won't force it. She will agree, Di Tsang says it with such certainty that it's hard to resist. Report broken chapters. Return to the Demon Realm, 6. A look of surprised glee takes over the state teacher's face. Sire, you mean it? You mean what you say there? Di Tsang slowly nods. After I announce your engagement, the Queen wishes to ask you some question as well. The state teacher was startled over that request, but that didn't last long before he returns to his old elegant self. I know what the Queen wants to ask me. Sire, you can help me pass on a message to the Queen and that should be enough. Some things are fated to be, so I cannot say anything for now. Otherwise, it will directly affect her mood. Fine, I will pass on this message to Yenner. Also, my wish is to not delay the attack on the celestial realm. I want to use it as her bridal gift during the wedding. That only earned the overbearing man a helpless smile from the state teacher. Just attacking the celestial realm is hard enough. Now he wants to take it and use it as the wedding gift. Oh, things never change. White Moon Palace, a place where none has ever lived since the conception of the so-called demon realm. According to rumors, this location should be the best in all of this world, just that aside from the king himself and some maids in charge of the daily cleaning, none are permitted to trespass. But now, a new mistress has dawned on this tranquil structure. Sister-in-law, your palace here is so much better than my own. Slouching there on the comfy bed, Di Xiaowan reveals a bright smile suitable for her own age. Can I stay here and not go back? Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Casting a look of confusion, the one to respond was none other than the little baby. Auntie, aren't you afraid of Batty Father coming to toss you out? I know he will if you try to stay. Twitching in the mouth, the demon princess immediately showed a grieving look. Sister-in-law, you would protect me, wouldn't you? Caressing her own chin over that plea, Baiyan's iris was brewing with laughter. You can stay if you want, however. But before her agreement could be finished, the door to the room was suddenly barged open by an unknown hand. That naturally annoyed Di Xiaowan, who had her conversation cut off, thus causing the girl to have that face sink a cold one. Xiaoying, how did you get in here? What were the guards doing in allowing you into the palace? I said that I came to find you, so they just let me in. Wang Xiaoying then cocks her chin before turning to Bai Yan with puzzlement. So you are the woman His Majesty brought back from the human world. Aware now that the opposition came with ill intent, Bai Yan ignores the question at first to pour herself some tea. And what of it? Seeing that calm reaction, Wang Xiaoying initially wanted to show some attitude. Well, that was until she noticed the little white tiger in Bai Shuchen's arm. Oh, what a cute male tiger. In that split second her gaze changed. Huang Xiaoying, what are you doing here? Noticing the strange look from her friend by now, Di Xiaowan hurries to block off her nephew from the intruder's view. I'm telling you now. Don't think for a second that just because you are my friend that I will allow you to bully my sister-in-law and nephew. If you try, then I will beat you to death. The demon princess then pumps a fist up to show off her menacing and dangerous side. Report broken chapters. Friends. How can a bond like that compare with a sister-in-law and nephew? This friend I can lose if mushed. What is the name of the tiger? Huang Xiaoying fidgets her body, that face totally lacking the steaming demeanor of her initial entry. Due to how off-guard Little Rice was at being called out, he immediately jerked up with his fur raised. In a desperate attempt, the little feline promptly shrank into Bai Yan's arms like it would give him a higher level of safety. Mew mew, this woman's gaze is very scary. Brother never did like the silly type in a female to begin with. If not for me being his sister, he would have hung me out to dry long ago, so let's not mention this Huang Xiaoying. The mere sight of her would be disastrous. I want to know the identity of this tiger. Huang Xiaoying shyly lowers her head, that voice sounding embarrassed like a maiden in love. You wouldn't be trying to snatch little rice, are you? Di Xiaowan immediately levels up into a heated mode. I'm telling you this now, don't even think about it. This white tiger is my sister-in-law's contracted familiar, no one can touch him. The queen's contracted familiar. The yellow skirt girl stared wide eyes with her big innocent face. Can I be your contracted familiar too then? Talk about leaving the demon princess in a dumbfounded state. Just now Huang Xiaoying was still stomping over in a steaming mood, now she's asking to be Bai Yan's familiar. What the heck? I want to be your contract familiar. I want to be with, not being able to say the last part, the maiden then shyly points her finger over to Little Rice to indicate her meaning. Like thunder, it was Little Rice's turn to be shocked. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases what's happening here. Isn't this woman supposed to be King's admirer? Why is this girl trying to marry me? No, I don't want a wife, especially this kind that's obviously lacking a vein in the brain. Turning to Bai Yan, Little Rice looks up with pity like he's pleading her to not agree. Understanding his little friend's meaning, Bai Yan decides to get to the bottom of this first. So the purpose of your visit today is to make a contract with me? Of course not. Huang Xiaoying exclaims out of the blue, it's that fox Jun Ruqing. She told me that the woman brought back by His Majesty is a cheating swine that is unworthy of the post. The king is so wise and powerful, he deserves only the best. That's why I came over to see for myself, to see if the woman is worthy. Well? Bai Yan raises her eyebrow inquisitively, awaiting the answer. But I didn't think, the love-struck maiden began fidgeting again with her skirt, that I would fall in love at first sight. I want to marry this white tiger. That did it. With his fur erected from discomfort, Little Rice wanted to make a run for it right here and then. This woman really took a liking to me. Can you contract me as well? Huang Xiaoying looks straight into Bai Yan's eye and pleads directly, after you contract me, the whole tiger clan is yours. I will steal all of the treasures my father saved and give it to you. Oh my, this is a girl that only knows how to scam her old man. No, firm and unyielding, Bai Yan stands her ground. Why? Because Little Rice is not willing. Indeed, Bai Yan's reason for rejecting Huang Xiaoying's request was because of the baby tiger's unwillingness. There's no way she could hurt her little friend's heart for the sake of an outsider. And sure enough, this precise answer quickly calms the feline's heart. You mean, as long as he agrees then I can become your contracted familiar? Huang Xiaoying's eyes lit up, her cheeks blushing as well now while she asked. Report broken chapters. Return to the demon realm, 8, probably. Bai Yan gently makes a nod like she's unsure of it herself for once. I will definitely get him to agree. Though reluctant, Huang Xiaoying nevertheless removes her own gaze from the white tiger, knowing it's improper for a girl to stare so hard at her future husband. My name is Huang Xiaoying. You mustn't forget me, okay? Di Xiaowan couldn't take any more of this. Patting her own face to clear up the bafflement, she sounds a little irritated. Huang Xiaoying. What? The friend turns to face the demon princess like she did no wrong. This won't do, I must hurry and go report this to brother and have him ban this dumb friend of mine out of the palace. Mistress spoke already, I can if Little Rice accepts me so your words don't count. Grinning right up to her eyes, the tiger maiden grins triumphantly. Also, it was Jun Ruqing who bewitched me to come, so it's not my fault. Jun Ruqing. Bai Yen rubs her chin meaningfully. Is it a woman who's another admirer of Ditsang's? The tiger girl gives a serious nod. At first I did believe her when she came to me. After all, I do adore His Majesty like everyone else. Just that. Blushing at this part, she shyly shoots a quick peek at Little Rice, who was still uncomfortably hiding in those arms. I now have someone better. A wife must follow their husband. From now on I won't take anyone but Little Rice. Mistress. The white tiger became angry now. Jumping up from those arms, he growls viciously at the intruder. I will never marry a girl like her, so you mustn't agree to this tigress's trickery. In addition, she must be in collusion with that Jun Ruching or whatever. Mistress, you must protect my chastity. After saying something so embarrassing, Little Rice then continues on with his rant after making a helpless spin for help. Besides, my mistress isn't even like what that Jun Ruching claims she is. That woman never even went to the human world, so how could she know anything? Thinking for a while, Huang Shaoing furrows that brow in contemplation. Now that he mentions it, everything makes more sense this way. My brother is coming soon, are you still not going yet? Di Xiao Wan reminds her friend after a stomp. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Huang Shaoing may have just found her soulmate, but that doesn't mean she doesn't fear that terrific existence that's known as Ditsang. Shivering from the pang of cold chill running down her spine, wait for me, I will find a way to get back in later. No need, I will leave word to those below so they would not let you get close to the palace. After saying that, Di Xiaowan then hurries to block off Bai Yen from view in order to cheekily gloat before the tiger girl's cute face. Biting that lip in grievance, Huang Shaoing eventually did step away in light of her unwillingness. Oh, she has finally left, the demon princess breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Little Rice, you don't need to be polite if she come back again, just toss her out if you want. I don't want any more people fighting with me for sister-in-law. Even if Huang Shaoing is my friend, it won't work. If nothing else, I can just abandon that friendship, humph. I agree with you, princess. The white tiger hurriedly nods. I would rather never see that scary girl again. I am tired now. Ignoring the two rascals' conversation, Bai Yen gives her body a stretch and then leans against the soft, comfy couch. Xiao Wan, go tell the guards that I'm resting and that none is to come bother me, including your brother. Report broken chapters. Digging his own grave. 1. The demon realm doesn't differentiate between night and day, therefore it's always red as a result of the blood moon hanging in the sky. Outside the White Moon Palace, two guards were in charge of guarding the gates when one of them noticed Di Tsang's figure slowly closing in from the front. Sire, the one speaking raises a blocking hand in spite of his dreaded back being covered in cold sweat. Though the overbearing king stopped in his tracks at the sudden intervention, he nevertheless asked anyways and didn't explode. Why are you stopping me? Going black in the face over that answer, this woman, she's using my original order to deal with me. Move. A burst of power explodes out of Di Tsang's body, shrouding his entire existence in an oppressive aura. Sire, the poor guards were so scared now that their legs were shaking. Your order from before. Whatever the queen's order must be taken precedent over your command. Those are your exact words. Please step back, we are only following your orders. Talking about fuming at this point, I will say it for the last time, move. Bump. Taking to their knees, the two poor guards were looking deathly pale by this stage and wished their life weren't so unfortunate. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Sire, we really can't move. Poor souls, they're going to lose no matter the choices today. If they do move, it's going against the original order, and if they don't move, then it's going against the current order. No matter what, it's still going to infuriate their lord and master right in front. Good, very good. Making a cracking sound with his fist now, Di Tsang was twitching in that mouth due to the extreme rage coursing through his veins. However, despite all this threat and intimidation, the overbearing man didn't act. In the next moment, that purplish figure was gone and out of sight. This is sire, is he gone? One of the braver guards looks up, unsure what to do next because his legs were still too numb to stand. The other guard also trembling still, I think so, but I doubt His Majesty would ignore what we've done just now. He did say the Queen's word must be prioritized, but at this rate I have a feeling things aren't going to last long if the situation continues to turn out like this. Seriously, who in the right mind would expect the future queen of this land to make such an order on the first day? On the soft couch, the occupant was currently resting comfortably on the side when a hand suddenly reached over to pull her into an embrace. Though the warmth and sensation were all too familiar, it still caused the woman to jerk open those eyes in annoyance. How did you get in? Bai Yan asked, didn't I say that none is to bother me? Naturally Di Tsang's face would go black again after that question. Licking his dry and hurt lip, he gently moves that finger across the silk dress like it's a fine treasure. So the right I gave you is to be used against me like this? Those eyes squinting, making his enchanting contour especially scary. Do you know I had to crawl through the dog hole in the wall in order to get inside my own home? Damn it, I'm the ruler of the demon realm and still have to crawl through a dog hole just to get inside. Isn't that too shameful? And my own palace of all places. Report broken chapters. Digging his own grave, too, what? Bai Yan leans her head against the palm of that hand, smiling all prettily and sweet. Do you have an issue with my order? Unable to resist that appearance, Di Tsang hurries to tighten his grasp. You think that's enough to stop me from coming in? In this palace, none can stop me. Since no one can stop you, then why did you have to crawl through the dog hole in the wall? While Bai Yan continues to smile all sweetly, the other side only grew darker in the complexion at being found out. Talk about sinking into the bottom of the ocean. Damn it, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have even done such a shameful thing. How can she just turn around threatening me like that? Oh right, tell me about that June Ruching that I've been hearing so much about. Still lazy on the couch, Bai Yan asks with sleepy eyes. June Ruching. Di Tsang tightly furrows his brow as he worked hard to remember such a person. Who is that? Now it was Bai Yan to make a stupor face for once. According to the information she got from Di Xiaowan, that woman should be part of the Fox clan and lives in the palace as well. Yet Di Tsang doesn't know who the woman was. Get in here. The man suddenly snaps and shouts at the doorway. Bang! Following the crashing sound of the door slamming open, what came into view was the impacting picture of the demon princess falling face first to the floor after losing her balance. Brother, I am not eavesdropping or anything, nor did I hear anything about you crawling through a dog hole. You have to believe me. I don't know anything. Di Tsang's face sank again. Who is June Ruching? Seeing that her brother doesn't intend to pursue the matter, the troubled princess promptly issued a sigh of relief. Don't you know June Ruching? Her parents died protecting the demon realm, and as an act of pity for the girl being an orphan, First Elder brought her into the palace to live with us. Oh yes, she's also the Elder's goddaughter. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Oh, now that you've mentioned it, there is someone like that if I remember correctly. Di Tsang actually sounded a bit taken aback by the news. Twitching hard in the mouth over her brother's reaction. Brother, how can you not remember her? She's been living in the palace for so long and would often appear before you when First Elder comes around. At the very least you should have an image of her face, right? Pursing that lip guiltily, Di Tsang didn't want to admit he really didn't have a single impression of whoever this June Ruching was. I must have not paid attention back then. Oh yes, Yen Yen, why did you suddenly mention her? Nothing but an insignificant woman, what need is there to remember someone like that? In actual fact, Bai Yan regretted at the first moment she asked the question because she knew this might give the other side the wrong impression that she cares. Cares about that June Ruching and Di Tsang's relationship. Making an awkward laugh to hide her true thoughts, I'm only just asking, nothing special. I'm only just asking, nothing special. You can't ask about others in the future. Ditsang reaches over again and pinches that chin. You can only ask about me from now on. Yenna rarely asks about other people unless it's related to herself. It couldn't be. She likes the female sex and not men. Thinking of this, Ditsang's face got darker than the bottom of a burnt pot. Shooting a creepy cold stare at his sister. Go pass on my order. No female bodies are allowed near the White Moon Palace, especially that June Ruching. Popping that mouth in great surprise, the demon princess didn't expect such an order. Why does brother make it sound like that woman's fighting him for sister-in-law's favor? Shuddering at that creepy idea, Di Xiaowan didn't want to know the truth. I will go right away, brother, no need to give me that look, you know. Report broken chapters. Digging his own grave. 3. Afraid Ditsang would bring the topic back up again, Di Xiaowan hurries to leave, not wanting to leave it to chance, and made a cold hard dash for the outside. In a blink, that young female body was gone in a blink of an eye. Yenner, listen to me. The man's expression became flat and serious. That June Ruching is not a good person. Any who tries to fight me for Yenner is not good. And, you are a woman, you can only make babies with a man, you can't like a woman. Just like thunder, Bai Yen immediately widened her eyes on what her man was getting at. What does he mean by that? I can't like women. When did I say I like the same sex? But, acting as if someone just smashed his face with a black pan, Ditsang's expression looked dire and distressed. You are lying to me. Showing a dangerous light in his iris, Yenna, you must be lying to me. If you really like the same sex. Bai Yen continues her tease with a smirk. What about it? I will become a woman. No matter what, you won't be able to escape from my hands in this lifetime. After saying that, he then climbs as close as possible to the woman who is already laughing her guts off inside. I won't let you go, ever, bedump. A beat skipped inside Bai Yan's heart over that last bit. Closing her eyes, she never felt such peace in her life. Ditsang. In a swift swing of her whole body, the leisurely woman suddenly exploded with a mesmerizing smile as she mounted the man's waist. Pressing her lips down, it was her turn to steal the peach instead of the other way around for once. How can I possibly like the same sex? This guy is such a dumb dolt, I never even felt what true love is. But now, I do. After a long while, those lips eventually separated with the female on top showing the winning face. Oh beautiful, why are you so smart at times but such a sweet dumbaklutz the next? You are even worse than that little sister of yours, you know. Ditsang may not understand what a sweet dumbaklutz means, then again, he doesn't need to. Anything used to describe Di Xiaowan couldn't be anything good. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. All I did was make a joke and you're being this serious. Her lips curling into a victorious grin. Now that did it. In one pull of the hand, Ditsang promptly pushed himself back on top, allowing his mouth to draw exceptionally close to the woman's forehead. You mustn't deceive me in the future. Any words of yours, I will take them seriously, remember that. Blinking those feministic eyes of hers, Bai Yen honestly didn't think her little play would have such huge effects. I only thought your looks earlier were very cute, that's why I couldn't resist teasing you. I actually didn't think you would react so strongly, you know. But before she could finish that sentence, the man's lips have already moved downwards to smother her words with his powerful breath. Apparently it's his little form of a punishment for that small little lie. White Moon Palace. At the front gate to this forbidden palace, 2 guards were doing their best to avoid making trouble when they saw a woman dressed in white slowly walking over to their location. Miss Ruching, one of the guards hurries to block the outsider. By the queen's order, no one is to disturb her rest. The smile on the fox woman's face froze. I only want to pay a visit after hearing the queen has returned with the crown prince. Mind passing my coming to her royal highness? Report broken chapters. June Ruching, Miss Ruching, please don't make things difficult for us. His Majesty have already said it, all demons must obey Her Royal Highness's word. In the demon realm, the Queen's order is law and above the King's word as well. Still wrinkling that brow, the guard refuses to budge. Also, Sire came earlier as well and was rejected exactly like you right now by the Queen. June Ruching literally shuddered at the news. Gently gripping those hands until it's a tight ball, the fox woman felt like she's been riddled with holes in the heart, thus causing immense pain for the soul. Don't misunderstand me, Mr. Guards, I'm only here to seek an audience with the Queen in order to pay my greetings. I have no other motive. Though she's managed to force a smile while saying this, the bitterness and sorrow inside could be read like a sheet of paper in those eyes. A minute of painful silence. I understand. However, just when the fox woman's ready to leave after all this back and forth, that's when she noticed the domineering and arrogant figure coming out of the White Moon Palace from the corner of that eye. Sire! The two guards were shockingly horrified at the sight. Hurrying to step forward, they kneel in fear for what's to come. When did His Majesty go in? Why didn't we know? These were the sorts of questions running through these poor fellas' head at the moment. Giving an indifferent nod in return, Di Tsang's tone sounded cool and somewhat fluttery. Continue your watch, no one is allowed inside to disturb my wife. Yes, sire. Cold sweat still poured out of the two guards' back, however, they are now ever so grateful to stand their ground in not letting their king inside earlier. Otherwise, who knows what sort of punishment would have befallen them. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. June Ruching on the other hand didn't feel so fortunate though. Almost in a daze, she just stood there and listened in on the unbelievable conversation. The one standing next to Sire should have been me. If not for that prophecy from the state teacher, then maybe I would have been queen of the demon realm by now. This shouldn't belong to a mere human woman. The more she thought about this, the more painful it became for her soul. In a moment of stupid decisioning, she had the audacity to block off Di Tsang's path. Greetings, Your Majesty. Making an involuntary frown, the man's voice was cruel and harsh. Scram. Though the words were in every intent unkind, June Ruching nevertheless accepted reality as so. She's not someone who didn't know the man's personality, so this came as no surprise. Sire, it was my godfather who asked me to visit the Queen, but Her Royal Highness isn't allowing me to do so. I like to ask Sire to give me special permission for an audience. Finally taking the fox woman into his view, Di Tsang's lips transformed into a snarling grin of mockery. Do you know how I got inside? Biting that dainty lip, the fox woman lowers her head and speaks, I don't know. Look at the high wall surrounding the compound. I crawled through the dog hole over there. His words had absolutely left the guards gasping for air at the horrific revelation, just now. Sire crawled through the dog hole in the wall. This. Report broken chapters. June Ruching, too, making a creepy and scary smile. On what qualifications do you think you can go inside through the main entrance? Or, do you believe your status is above my own? Towards that question, June Ruching's body was literally shaking so hard that it hurt straight into her heart. If not for the strong will, she would have reached up to clench that chest. His Majesty, the one and only ruler of our world, got rejected by a human woman. And he had to crawl through a dog hole in order to see her. Based on what can she humiliate the king like so? If you want to see my wife, then there is a way. Beaming a devious light like that of a trickster, he points to the dog hole in the wall. See over there. You can crawl through the dog hole like I did. Going ghastly white after following the indicated direction with her eyes, the fox woman ended up taking a step back from the shock of what she saw. Sire actually wants me to crawl through a dog hole. I am the daughter of the first elder of the demon realm. How can I lower myself to such extent for a mere human woman? However the dissatisfaction, there's no way June Ruching would dare show her true face today. Making a respectful bow, "Sire, it was I being too presumptuous. I will take my leave, so please forgive me." And sure enough, Ditsang didn't act further to punish the intruder. "Next time if anyone insists on seeing my wife, then they have a choice, leave or crawl through the dog hole." "Yes, sire." Wiping some of those sweat, the guards didn't forget to shoot a warning look at the fox woman. "That's right, if His Majesty have to crawl through a dog hole too, then you can forget about going through the main entrance." And as another blow, when Ditsang dropped the last sentence and walked past June Ruching's shoulder, a shocking truth has dawned on the woman. "This man, maybe he doesn't even know who I am." While this knowledge does cause her to fluster and panic, but it did also give her a reason to grow stronger in her conviction. In any case, she has every intent to make this man hers, regardless of the consequences. The Demon Council of Elders was one of the most mysterious organizations in the entirety of this world. The main reason being that it said that some of these members are as old as the demon realm itself, well before it was sealed into this closed off, so old that they've lived back in the era where the demon realm didn't become sealed yet. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. At this time inside the Demon Council, the first elder was in the middle of meditating when his ears picked up the sound of footsteps from the front. Opening his eyes, Ruching, why the sudden visit? Hanging her head, June Ruching puts on a sad face, "Godfather, just now. I went to see the queen." "Oh." The first elder smiles gently, "Then you should associate with Her Royal Highness some more. It will do you a lot of good." Biting that lip, but the queen made an order as soon as she arrived at the palace. Everyone is forbidden to enter her residence, including His Majesty. Now the only way inside is to crawl through a dog hole in the wall. "Godfather, I know we should yield no matter what the queen does to us. After all, she's the prophesized individual of the state teacher. But don't you think the way she's treating His Majesty is too much? Crawling through a dog hole isn't befitting someone of his status." Little by little, the gentle smile slowly disappeared from the first elder's face. Staring at the woman, the old fella's tone got harsher. "Ruching, His Majesty's business is his own, it's not something you should try to meddle in with." June Ruching, 3, shaking hard at being called out. Why is Godfather acting like this? He always worships His Majesty, so why is he allowing the king to be trampled upon like so? "Godfather," pursing that lip, June Ruching continues to raise her point, "I am only saying this for His Majesty's sake." The first elder didn't speak for a while, only giving his goddaughter a strange look like someone able to perceive the truth. "Ruching, do you like His Majesty?" Perhaps it's due to her true intent being discovered, but that calm nature immediately showed a glimpse of fleeting panic. "What are you talking about, Godfather? How can I?" A broken smile now takes over June Ruching's face. "Godfather, some things won't stop just because I step back, and the queen, she is just a human woman." The elder's forehead starts wrinkling up. "Ruching, your parents died for the sake of the demon realm, plus you are clever and sensible, that's why I took you in as my goddaughter. I hope you can recognize your own status and not have any thoughts beyond your stage as a small little general's daughter. There are many women out there more capable and more beautiful than you, yet none could get into the king's eye. You should have some idea of why. I won't help you if your actions end up infuriating His Majesty." Staggering backwards, the fox woman eyes her godfather in disbelief like this was the first time they have ever met. She had thought after so many years of being together that the first elder would side with her on this matter, that's why she divulged her heart's true intent. Yet, he called her a daughter of a small little general and to not have ulterior motives for the king. Embedding those nails into the flesh of that palm, June Ruching hides her pain and anger by closing those eyes. "Thank you, Godfather, I understand. I'm happy that you can see things through. Now and into the future, you will still be my good and sensible goddaughter." Smiling now, the elder turns away. "Go now, I need to continue my cultivation." "Yes, Godfather." Complying, the fox woman also turns and left the hall, totally unaware the first elder was eyeing the droplets of blood staining the floorboard from the corner of his eyes. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Outside the council's main hall. So the years of bond between us is only to this extent, a daughter of a small little general. June Ruching's lip curled into a snarl of bitter sadness. I've always taken myself as a member of the Fox clan, the daughter of the first elder, that's why I thought you would support me. But it was nothing but my own illusion to believe you are my family. Ah, how laughable. To think I'm not worthy while a human woman is. Fine. If you won't help me then I will get him with my own strength. When the time comes, I will have the whole demon realm bowed down at my feet, and by then, I will have you repent for today's words. June Ruching, 4, giving own final glance back at the main hall of the Demon Council, June Ruching didn't look back this time as she walked away. In her eyes, there's only a strong chilling glint that showed off her conviction. At the same time while that occurred, the Tiger clan's home was in a total mess. Xiaoying, don't mess around like that. Fast, put the thing in your hand down carefully, don't drop it please. Huang Che-mu nervously eyes the maiden in front of himself, ready to stop breathing with every frightening movement. Still hugging the jade cup in her hands, Huang Xiaoying vigilantly steps back to avoid her father's blockade. I don't want to. It wasn't easy to steal this from your treasury vault. I'm not putting it back. No matter what, he's still the chief of the Tiger clan, he should be hailed and treated with respect. Yet it's always this daughter of his who comes making trouble. What's more, because this girl's his only child, he has no choice but to give in to her whims. The jade cup is useless to me, I know that, but I can give it away. All smiles in her face, the innocent maiden proudly states her reason for stealing, so, I won't return it to you. Huang Che-mu literally wanted to go crazy right now. This wasn't the first time his daughter stole from the treasury vault already. If not for wanting to catch the thief after so many issues lately, he wouldn't have even bothered to hide in the corner of the room for all these days. Even worse, the brat's actually giving them all away. Sweetie, can you tell me who you are giving all these away to? Thinking fast, the poor tiger chief intends to get it all back after finding out. Your future son-in-laws. Huang Xiaoying's mouth turns into the most innocent smile of a maiden falling in love, mistress. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Boom 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 like thunder slapping his face left and right, Huang Che-mu popped his eyes in horror. Future son-in-law. This stinky girl actually fell in love with some wild boy, and he's been contracted. And my daughter would come and steal her old man's treasure for said stinking runt. Sweetie, you would empty my coffer just for a boy's sake. Jumping up and down, the old tiger was furious. If not for the jade cup still being the girl's hand, he would have already run up to give the ignorant lass a good beating. Father, what's wrong with giving a few things away in order to let your daughter get the man of her dreams? Puckering that lip, the tiger maiden didn't agree with her old man's disgruntled appearance, and, I also promised to give her the entire tiger clan. Poor the father. If not for one of the guards being smart enough to come help him from behind, Huang Che-mu would have fainted to the floor right then and there. Eventually stabilizing his mood after much effort, he gnashes his teeth for the next part. I'm telling you this now, you are not going anywhere today. If you take a single step out of the estate, even one, I will BEA dash. But before the man could finish that sentence, an old lady from the outside have already rushed inside with a crutch in hand. Who did you say you want to beat? If you dare touch my granddaughter then I will beat you first. My good granddaughter is giving your things to her future husband, what's wrong with that? You got an opinion. Huang Mu-che was shocked by the voice and hurried to avoid the crutch that's coming down from behind. Mother, I am wrong, I know my fault. If you know you're wrong then go bring out your treasures. My granddaughter wants to give it to her future husband, you not hear? Move it. The old lady hollers at her son without mercy. June Ruching, 5. This time Huang Che-mu really wanted to cry. It's bad enough I have this terrible brat of a daughter who only knows how to steal from his old man, now my own mother is beating me. Do they know how hard it is to gather all these treasures? Now in only a few days I'm nearly left with nothing. Grandma, Papa, I am going to find my future hubby now, bye-bye. Huang Xiaoying gives a happy wave at the two members of her family before running off with the jade cup still in hand. Outside the gates of the White Moon Palace, the same yellow skirt figure was once again stopped by the two guards. Miss Xiaoying, why are you coming again? The guards were having a headache at the sight of this tiger, miss. This time not only did the queen issue an order, even the king has decreed that none is to approach her royal highness, especially the female sex. During these past few days, Huang Xiaoying had repeatedly come pestering the guards, trying to get inside to no avail. The two guards exchanged a smile with each other. Her Royal Highness said not to accept your things. That, contemplating the issue for a while, Huang Xiaoying bites her own nail and gets stubborn. Then I will put the stuff here. When she wants it, then hand it to her. I'm not going to give up. I must marry Little Rice. Perhaps it's her remembering the cute appearance of the white tiger, but the girl's face ended up blushing until it's a cherry red. He will look so handsome once he could transform into his human form, oh. Miss Xiaoying, you being like this, you wouldn't have emptied the tiger clan's coffer, have you? One of the guards makes a helpless smile and jokes, not realizing he's in fact spot on there. This Huang Xiaoying really is one of a kind. I wonder what her old man is doing right now. Must be rolling over at this point from having such a daughter. Nothing, my pops have plenty of things in his coffer still. Gesturing to bid the two guards farewell, she didn't forget to leave a final message. Mr. Guards, I've been a bother to you two lately. When I become Little Rice's wife, I will definitely repay the two of you for the help. After dropping these grateful words, Huang Xiaoying was finally ready to leave for real when she bumped into another figure after turning, causing that brow to furrow and making her all the more cuter. Xiaoying. June Ruching sounded surprised. Are you also visiting the queen? Making a huffing grunt, if you have nothing to say then move, I'm going. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. If it weren't for this abominable woman, then how could the queen have a bad impression of me? Maybe I could have been Little Rice's wife by now otherwise. What? Are you angry because you couldn't see the queen? Not getting angry, June Ruching puts on the most gracious smile she could muster. Then again, the temperament of her Royal Highness is too arrogant. I see the information I got is not wrong. She's not worthy of being sire's partner if she continues to act like so. If it was the usual Huang Xiaoying, the tiger girl would have surely aligned with the fox lady out of adoration for Ditsang. But now, she's already a taken woman. Love is blind, that's a saying which goes back to the start of time. No matter how much a maiden worship an idol, it still doesn't compare with true love. June Ruching, I still haven't come seeking you to get even, and now you're coming to flaunt in front of me. Making a grumpy face that somehow fits her perfectly, the tiger maiden then stabs her fist against the waist. With no evidence and no proof, you're trying to frame the queen. Where and when did she get into multiple relationship with other men? Tell me. If you continue to spout those lies, then watch me tell His Majesty. By then you will see what it means to talk behind the royal family. The avoided Huang Xiaoying. 1. June Ruching's expression changed slightly. I don't understand what you're talking about. Don't understand or just pretending, you know it better than anyone. The tiger maiden then cocks her chin slightly. Do not come and bother me in the future, I won't be treated as a fool. If you do, then I don't mind making a complaint to His Majesty. After leaving these words, Huang Xiaoying then bumped against June Ruching's shoulder to show off the negative opinion she has of the foe. This Huang Xiaoying has never been a smart one, only busting that big breast of hers. When did she change? Now it won't be so easy to use her. Clenching that fist tightly, the fox woman's eyes were filled with puzzlement. Fine, if I can't get inside the White Moon Palace then I will wait for that human woman. I won't believe she won't ever leave that place in this lifetime. Mother. Running in with excitement, the boy's appearance was that of someone finding a trove of treasure. Opening those eyes, Bai Yen gently rubs her son's head. What happened? Puckering his lip, Bai Shuchen looked like a bored child that's out to make trouble. Batty father is too busy so I and little Rice got bored. But then we found a fun place after wandering around. Can mother accompany us? All watery in those eyes, no one could possibly deny this face lest they have no heart. Okay. As reluctant as she was to stop her cultivation, Bai Yen nevertheless yields to the request. I like mother the best. Bursting into a great big smile, the boy looks absolutely adorable. Smooch. And as a final display of his glee, Bai Shuchen didn't forget to send a lovely kiss to his mother. Where are we going? I will take you there now. Climbing off of the bed, Bai Yen pinches the little steambun's nose and softly asks. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. I don't know either. Me and little Rice only saw a mountain in the back of the palace. The aura surrounding the place seems to be very abundant so I thought there might be some kind of treasure inside. Mother, let's go and see. Pursing his lip, Bai Shuchen acts like a typical child for once. Batty father clearly promised me he would help me get stronger once we arrive at the demon realm, but the liar rarely showed himself since we came. If not busy with state affairs then it's busy bothering mother. Also, in the few times I caught him inside mother's room, he would always toss me out. Humph, I won't help him next time. The more he thought about, the more the little steambun was steaming. You lead the way. We will go have a look. Yes, mother. All bright in the eyes, Bai Shuchen hurries to pull Bai Yen along by the hand like a kid going off to the parade. Mother is the best, my favorite person in the world. At this time, June Ruching was anxiously pacing back and forth when she noticed the woman in the red dress slowly walking out of the estate. Due to the exceptional face and figure, even this fox woman had forgotten to breathe for a second there. The avoided Huang Xiaoying, too, no wonder this woman could ensnare His Majesty's attention, to think she would be born with such a peerless face. If not for that face, I bet sire wouldn't even look at her. It was then June Ruching's line of sight caught wind of the little steambun holding the woman's hand. Cute and cuddly, the little fellow was a shining joy of a star to everyone who lays eye on him. Then there's the baby white tiger in the boy's arm. Perhaps out of boredom, the feline was lying there asleep without batting an eyelash. If I had a child with sire then the baby would certainly be as cute as this one. Just knowing the fact that the man of her dream has had a boy with another woman was enough to make her heart burn. But this was not the time to confront the enemy, this fox woman knew that. Therefore, once she realized she could no longer hide, she then hurried to grab the broom nearby and pretended to be a palace maid cleaning the ground. Suddenly, Bai Yen stops in front of the stranger for a second, her brows slightly wrinkling at the fox woman. Mother, what's wrong? The baby boy bats his eyelash, curious as to why her mother would stop. Shaking her head, it's nothing, probably my illusion. Let's keep going. Okay. Making a brilliant smile, Bai Shuchen didn't want to dwell on this and hurried his mother to walk faster instead. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Left alone again after the family left, June Ruching finally raised her head and ditched the broom. This time around though, her eyes were burning with hatred instead of just jealousy. It seems that the Queen's vigilance is stronger than I thought. It looks like I need to be more careful in the future. As the blood-colored crescent moon hangs in the sky, a certain mountain was abnormally out of place in how it was giving off a white glow. Son, is this the place you were talking about? Rubbing her chin, Bai Yen couldn't shirk off the unusual vibe this place was giving off. It's strange how there's only the sound of insects buzzing inside the grasses. Giving a serious nod with his little head, that's right, Mother, this is the place we discovered to have the dense aura. Can we go in and look? All right. Nodding slightly, this woman would never refuse her son's request. Not in the past, and most importantly not in the future. Mistress, this place is weird. It's giving me a weird vibe. By now Little Rice have also woken up from his nap, his eyes sharp as he scanned the mountain that's glistening with the white glow. Weird? Yes, it's weird. I keep getting the feeling that I've been here before. But that's not possible because I've always been with Mistress since my birth. There's no way I could have come to the demon realm and be here of all places. Bai Yen turns silent for a while like she's thinking something important. No matter what, we will go ahead and have a look first. Besides, Ditsang never mentioned anything about an area that I can't go, so there shouldn't be anything here threatening to our safety. That said, she then began stepping into the sacred mountain, oblivious to the shadow slowly coming out of a boulder from their rear. The avoided Huang Shaoying, 3, perhaps it's out of excessive excitement, the shadowing figure ended up shaking profusely. Queen, I haven't tried to harm you yet and you're doing it perfectly well on your own. Smirking hard, Jun Ruching wanted to jump with joy at this moment. No. This won't do, I must tell Godfather about her entry into the Demon Mountain. Having her end like this is too easy, she must bear the bad name of the world before she dies. Giving one final look at the direction in which Bai Yen went, this vicious fox woman immediately turned away from where she came. In the Elder Council's residence, the members of this ancient order were in the middle of meditation when the door to their home was pushed open, followed swiftly by a panicking voice. Godfather, not good at all. I just saw a person enter the Demon Mountain. What? The first elder promptly jerked up, his breathing fierce and rough. You said someone went to the Demon Mountain. Who is so bold? The one in the Demon Mountain is not to be trifled with, and she will only listen to the king. Even on many occasions she would ignore the princess, let alone everyone else. I don't know. Biting that lip, the fox woman then allows her body to shake like that of someone in fear. I don't know that woman, but I advised her, she said. What did she say? The first elder openly frowns. A woman that Jun Ruching doesn't know. Who could it be? She said, the purpose of her sneaking into the demon realm is to get some kind of treasure from the Demon Mountain. I have already told her the danger of that place, but she insisted on entering. Godfather, what should we do? Letting a layer of water to fill those eyes. I don't want unnecessary sacrifice, even if she did come with ulterior motives. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. It's rumored that the one occupying the Demon Mountain for all these eons was to protect a certain treasure. Therefore, Jun Ruching had a certain level of confidence to her excuse. Are you sure you don't know who the woman is that went into the Demon Mountain? The elders present were all making a sinking expression by this point. Godfather, I really don't know. I have never seen her. Tears of grievance quickly fell out of Jun Ruching's eye. If we go save her now, maybe, just maybe she can still survive. The first elder's gaze sank even further until it's as dark as night. Go inform the rest of the elders, we're going to the Demon Mountain this instant. Yes, Godfather. Hanging her head with that shaking body, her appearance was that of someone feeling guilt and sadness for the victim. However, if one had taken a closer look, they would notice that sly grin of an evil villain underneath. So what if you are the queen? The crime of stealing the treasures of the demon realm is so grave that even His Majesty won't be able to protect you because none of the elders would let this slide. Moreover, those who trespass into the Demon Mountain will always anger that person whom resides there. Whether you can live to come back out is not even a certainty at this point. Within the Demon Mountain, Bai Yen was currently feeling absolutely refreshed under the glowing white light given off by the terrain. It's something she never experienced before. Mother, this place is not only rich in spiritual energy, even the spring water is extraordinarily sweet. All sweet and happy, Bai Shachen raises a smile as he tells his opinion. I like this mountain. Bai Yan did answer back, only keeping her eyes always on a vigilant stance as she looked around. How can this place be only rich in spiritual energy? Just by walking around, there's already several scarce medicine herbs littered around the ground. The avoided Huang Shaoying, 4. As a result of all these anomalies, Bai Yan's perspective of this mountain only grew stranger by the minute. But then just as her eyes were wander around for clues as to why, a sudden sharp call of a bird from the air had knocked her back from her senses. It was far away still in the sky, however, it's more than enough to send her alarms into high alert. Little Rice, come back. Stunned by the loud order, Little Rice didn't know how to react and only peered upwards at the strange noise. Who is this? Who dares to trespass on the forbidden grounds of the Demon Mountain? Though it's a beautiful female who spoke based on the sound signature they're hearing, the voice was nevertheless painful in how it's seemingly able to penetrate one's soul. And as if on cue, the owner of that voice gradually materializes from the void and into reality. Long red hair that flutters with the wind, this was a glamorous female that looks to be in the middle-age group gap. However, that red dot on that forehead seems to be able to rewind that appearance by over a decade, making her with the looks of a young maiden while keeping the mature air of a woman that could only be gained with age and experience. Hurrying to pull her son behind her back and picking up the baby tiger, I'm sorry for trespassing on this forbidden ground, we didn't mean to disturb your rest. We will leave now. There's good reason for Bai Yan to be so alarmed and defensive before this glamorous woman of flaming red. She's strong, second only to Ditsang based on her judgment. Hold on. Seeing that Bai Yan was about to turn away, the glamorous woman hurried to break free from the last bit of the void, her eyes showing urgency. You can't go. Startled by the outcry from the back, she turns back and asked, is there something else? Biting that rosy lip, the glamorous woman had on a look of strong expectations. I am Suzaku, Vermilion Bird. Suzaku. Bai Yan's hand actually trembled at the name. You are Suzaku. Yes, I am Suzaku, that glimmer of hope now burns like a sparkling flame. Do you remember me? Calmly shaking her head, Bai Yan answers truthfully and denies it. I heard Xiao Wan, princess, mentioning you before, and then I had that dream of a white tiger. I'm just wondering, do you know or have anything to do with the white tiger? When she said this, her eyes were also sneaking a peek at the dumb-looking Little Rice in her arms. When the baby white tiger claimed that the Demon Mountain seemed oddly familiar before, Bai Yan's instinct already knew it couldn't be a coincidence. It must be related to the 4 sacred beasts. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. That answer definitely caused a pang of disappointment in Suzaku's face. First giving a look at Bai Yan, then back at Little Rice, she sighed helplessly. State teacher didn't lie, you and the king have forgotten everything. She forgot me. Forgot the me who waited 1,000 years here for her. Bai Yan didn't know the pain that's currently coursing through this vermilion bird's heart, but she did have a lot of questions to ask now that she's found a lead. Taking 2 steps forward, do you know about the dream I had? And, did me and Ditsang have a past before? The state teacher said I shouldn't tell you, so I can't say anything more. Pursing that lip, Suzaku makes a bittersweet smile. Can you stay here? Can you stay in the Demon Mountain? Lowering that gaze like she's contemplating something. If you answer my question, then I will stay. However, by the time Bai Yan looked up again, what she saw had completely taken her aback. The glamorous woman was tearing up with total disregard for her own appearance, like someone being ripped away from their closest kin. The avoided Huang Shaoying, 5. Why are you crying? Bai Yan hated it when others cry in front of herself, for she couldn't bear those tears. Otherwise, why else would she yield to her son so easily? It's all because of those tears that's common in a baby. Ooh, Suzaku wipes some of those tears and composes her voice to an audible level. If you stay, then I won't cry. Can you not leave? I won't ask for much, only half a month, is that okay? That voice was now pleading, giving away the intense fear of being rejected over this unreasonable demand. It couldn't be helped. She has already waited for a millennium, and of the 4 sacred beasts that once roamed this world, only she remains. Half a month, only half a month, I'm not asking for much. Bai Yan continues to stare at the tears trickling down Suzaku's cheek, causing her heart to twist and churn immeasurably. In the end, the only reaction she made was a frown. For the vermilion bird, she would of course not miss that. Borderline panicking now over the negative appearance, the glamorous woman hurried to raise 2 fingers to draw the number 10 in the air. Note, the number 10 in Chinese is written like the church's cross in case you guys didn't get it. 10 days, if you can't, 9 days will do too. When she reached the last bit of her plea, the grievance has grown so strong that Suzaku was now openly weeping. Don't cry. Moving forward, she helps wipe some of those tears from the woman. I will stay with you, or you can follow me down the demon mountain instead. Probably the promise helped because Suzaku had stopped the weeping to a certain extent. Really? It is great that you can stay with me. I can't leave this place. Why? I need to keep watch over something hidden inside the demon mountain. When you locate Azure Dragon and Black Turtle as well, then you can come take it away. The gorgeous woman now fully reverts back to her glamorous self. Even if it's just half a month, it's enough. But instead of showing happiness like the other side, Bai Yan only showed a look of perplexity over that last remark. Turning her head downward at the dumb-looking tiger, she lifts him up to properly display the little fella. I remember that when I had the dream of the white tiger is when I contracted with Little Rice. Does that mean he's white tiger? Yes, and no. Suzaku gives a lamenting sigh at Little Rice before shaking her head. There is white tiger's blood in his body, just that he's not the real white tiger yet. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. The real white tiger is a young general who is capable of turning the tide in any major battle. One stomp to shake the world. One clap to destroy thousands. But this Little Rice is too weak. I can easily flick him away with a single finger. When he awakens, that's when the real white tiger will return. Of course, this will require your help. Giving a dazzling smile now that her moods lightened up, Suzaku suddenly makes a stomp of her feet like she's just remembered something. Queen, you don't know how abominable those female demonesses are in the demon realm. Whenever they see Sire, they would all ogle at him until they're drooling. If it wasn't because I couldn't leave the demon mountain, I would have already killed those people. At the thought of this, Suzaku would immediately show off a grumpy appearance like she's ready to give a good beating. To root for this idea, Bai Xiaqin also nods his little head in order. That's right. Those bad women are too evil. In order to go against my mother, they would kidnap me and my friends in order to make her submit. That snake woman even tried to force me to take a poison. What? A flash of viciousness flickered in the glamorous woman's eye. The snakes are nothing more than one of the most inferior existence in the demon realm. How dare they try to covet after the position of queen? They deserve death for the sins they committed. I did not expect that after thousands of years the snake demons would have such audacity now. I must inform His Majesty afterwards. Sister Suzaku, you see my mother is always being bullied by bad people. In order to avoid something like that again, do you have any treasure for her? All bright and innocent, Bai Xiaqin asks with hopeful eyes that could melt one's heart. The avoided Huang Xiaoying. 6. Bai Yan's face was black as she's ever had it. My son, can you not take it for granted when asking for a gift from someone else? That's not a good habit to have. Let me think about it. Suzaku rubs her chin like she's thinking. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with delight. I remember now. About 100 years ago, there was a bastard who dared to trespass into the demon mountain in order to steal. I caught him and beat him good, and I nabbed his storage bag as punishment. But Sister Suzaku, who is so bold that they would come steal from the demon mountain? Looking up in curiosity, Bai Xiaqin really wanted to know. Giving pause, the glamorous woman instead gazed down at the baby tiger. I think it was a member of the tiger clan, whatever Huang Che-mu. If not for him being related to White Tiger, I wouldn't have let him go. Huang Che-mu, Tiger Clan. Talk about being the apple not falling far from the tree. I bet the girl's habit of stealing is also inherited from her old man. He seems to have a daughter named Huang Xiaoying too. When I caught him, he kneeled and begged for mercy, claiming there's a little tiger cub waiting for him back at home and needs to be fed. It was during that moment where he told me the girl's name. Out of pity, I let him go. That's right, Huang Che-mu was the only one who ever trespassed into the Demon Mountain and managed to return alive in all these centuries. Therefore, after his clan became aware of this fact, he was then immediately taken as the chief and the rest was history. That means Huang Xiaoying is already over a century old. All stiff in his demeanor, Little Rice had all his fur raised like a bull. If it is based on the age of human beings, this Huang Xiaoying is already an old lady, and I'm only a baby tiger of 5. Mistress, in his panic, the little fella promptly jumped into Bai Yan's embrace. Making a pitiful face, you mustn't contract that Huang Xiaoying, otherwise I will commit suicide in front of you, hoo. Being the understanding and considerate adult that she was, Bai Yan didn't have the heart to point out demons are different in terms of counting one's age. Turning back to Suzaku, where are you keeping your stashes, can I see? The treasures that's collected by Suzaku cannot be anything ordinary. Okay, Suzaku's smile has reached up to her eyes at this point, those things were originally for you anyways. Now that you are here, just take what belongs to you. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Why? Because, stumping on that for a bit, her smile grew even deeper till it's all that she could express. I'm yours anyway, so naturally my possessions are yours as well. Bai Yan definitely shuddered over that answer. That's right, she's shuddering at the thought of being the love target of another female. She's just not into that sort of relationship, so she couldn't help but give the weird eye at the glamorous woman. Oh, Queen, don't misunderstand me. Suzaku then got all shy and fiddly with her fingers. What I meant is, when you return with Azure Dragon and Black Turtle, you can then contract with me. It will greatly benefit you. In truth, if it wasn't for the fact that she still couldn't leave this demon mountain, this vermilion bird would have jumped at making the contract already. With the misconception out of the way, it was time they went to the secret stash in question. Suzaku didn't hide it far, only a short walk away, which gave Bai Yan ample time to sweep across the entire treasure trove. As an alchemist, the medicine ingredients were the first to go naturally. However, there were many useful treasures as well that was outside of her field of expertise. This soul bracelet can trap a being's soul into its confines. When done, even if they are your mortal enemy, they will still have to submit to your will. Suzaku explains, proud of the fact that she's got something that could please. Putting the bracelet away after getting the details, not bad. I will go collect a powerful soul later and gift it to my grandfather from the lawn house. The avoided Huang Xiaoying, 7, the first thing she thought of was the lawn house. After all, it was this family who stood by her side during times of distress. That kind of bond and kindness could never be forgotten. The tea from this teapot can help increase one's spiritual energy. This is useful for Grandpa Bai back at the medicine sect. And this one. Because of Suzaku's words earlier, Bai Yan ended up not holding back at all and grabbed the best things there were, thus filling her storage sack to the brim of exploding. Suzaku, I saw a lot of precious herbs growing around the mountain when I was coming up. I intend to take them as well, is that fine with you? Okay, here, take Little Rice, I'm sure the two of you have a lot of things to catch up upon. Readily throwing the baby tiger into the other side's arm, Bai Yan then took her son's hand. Son, let's go, we're going on a harvesting trip. Okay mother, I will listen to you. All smiles, the boy starts getting all excited for the trip. Let us go then. Hand in hand, the mother and son pair then left the cave, leaving behind one tiger and one bird in the background who kept eyeing each other awkwardly. How did you become so weak now? After a few minutes, it was Suzaku who broke the silence with her helpless sigh. Little Rice on the other hand only blinked innocently like he didn't understand. I don't know what you are talking about, I don't know you. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. You are too weak now. Suzaku continues her one-sided conversation with a shake of that head. The enemy that the queen will face in the future is very strong, you can't protect her like that. Your priority now is to increase your strength, you can't. But just as Suzaku was planning to lecture the baby tiger further, Little Rice did something unbelievable by bringing out a pig trotter from out of some secret hiding spot and took a huge bite out of it. Little Master is finally gone, I don't need to hide it anymore. It's all because of him that I had to hide my snack for so long. If I let Little Master see this trotter then he will definitely take it away from me. Suzaku's face was abysmally dark right now. She wanted to lash out by tossing this blasted cat away but endured only thanks to her years of experience in self-restraint. When did you become so gluttonous? Where did the one who only knows how to cultivate and train go? Are you going to only come to your senses once your soul awakens? Despite all that talk, Little Rice didn't care and continued to munch on his trotter. To this baby cub, food stands above all, including past companions. Forget it, Suzaku couldn't take it anymore and just tossed this big glutton away. Eat and eat until you explode then. Humph, even his character has completely changed now that he's reborn. I hope Azure Dragon and Black Turtle won't disappoint me as much as he is, otherwise I might just strangle the three of them so they get reincarnated again. Demon Mountain. Under the coverage of the white glowing light in this terrain, Bai Yan was fully enjoying herself as she harvested all the herbs she deemed suitable. Son, we've picked all the things we can take without harming the ecosystem. Let's go now. Then just as the pair was about to return back up the slope, that's when they heard the series of footsteps from behind, thus causing her to wrinkle up that brow. Godfather, that's her, she's the one who refused to listen to my persuasion and forcibly entered the Demon Mountain. The voice was crisp and clear, almost charming even if not for the content in that sentence. Fortunately she got lucky, Lady Suzaku is currently in dormancy so she's able to avoid hard times. Otherwise, she might already be dead by now. Having said that, Jun Ruching's eyes were obviously showing disappointment. Why did Lady Suzaku not kill this woman who encroached onto her territory? Guest of the Demon Mountain, 1. Is there something? Her tone may be indifferent, but that gaze carried the arrogance of overlooking all the beings of this world like they are beneath herself. Jun Ruching on the other hand didn't care for the attitude, her attention solely focused on the herbs in Bai Yan's hand only. She was gleeful inside but made sure to hide it like she's regretting the fact. Miss, the medicinal materials of this demon mountain belongs to Lady Suzaku. If you take these herbs away, you will inevitably anger her. I merely don't want you to throw away your own life, hence the reason why I brought the elders to advise you. This is set in stone, evidence and witnesses are all here, she can't escape now. This absolutely delighted Jun Ruching after hearing that response. Unable to resist, a faint smile ended up seeping through to only be retracted in the next second when she turned back to the elders. Godfather, I have already tried to persuade her. She's not listening and insists on angering Lady Suzaku, I'm out of ideas. The first elder didn't speak though despite being the target of that pretentious speech. Instead, his eyes were fully locked onto Bai Yan like he's contemplating something in his mind. After a long while, he asks with a doubtful voice, Queen. On the day where Di Tsang and Bai Yan entered the demon realm, only the state teacher, a select group of the ministers, were permitted to be present out of fear of scaring the queen with their vast numbers. Therefore, none of the elders present knew who Bai Yan was and thus the uncertainty. Stopping over that word, Bai Yan meets the excited look of the elder, you got something else to say? Forgive me, Queen, I didn't know the one who came to the Demon Mountain is you. If I had known, I wouldn't have caused such a scene. Making a meepish smile, the first elder then shoots a warning look at his goddaughter. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. This girl did not tell me the person who came to the Demon Mountain is the Queen. What's more, the entire territory in the Demon Realm is the Queen's, why should she get consent from others? Ruching, don't you think you should give me an explanation on what's going on here? The fox woman trembled hard at the demand, her face blue and white from shock. The way her godfather was acting went beyond her expectations and more. For one, it stands to reason that everyone should be enraged that a human woman was trying to occupy this demon mountain and take its treasure, so why? Why would the Queen be exempt? Godfather, these days Her Highness refused to meet anyone, that's why I didn't know her identity. What's more? Halting for a second, she bites her lip like she's the one facing grievance. The Demon Mountain is so dangerous, I'm just doing this out of concern for her safety. Not to mention Lady Suzaku's temper is not good to begin with. If she learns of an intruder coming into her home, I can't even fathom what she would do to everyone. The reason why the Demon Mountain was called the Forbidden Grounds was all because of the vermilion bird living here. Aside from Di Tsang and Di Shao, one who would occasionally barge her way into this place, none were allowed lest they want to be burned to death by the bird's flame. That's why it's without surprise that many of the elders would start worrying in their hearts. They know how troublesome it would become if Jun Ruching's words were to come to fruition. Guest of the Demon Mountain, Tu Ruching. The first elder sighs and makes a frustrated face. I have told you before that you don't have to worry about the businesses related to the king. If Her Highness trespasses into the Demon Mountain, then there will be His Majesty coming to save her, there's no need for you to interfere. Not to mention, the relationship between the Queen and the one residing here is not ordinary to begin with. Seemingly decided now in her mind after being reprehended, Godfather, it's precisely because she's our Queen that it's more dangerous. I heard Lady Suzaku has an extraordinary relationship with Sire, and in the past, she has already burned one of His Majesty's admirers after the woman trespassed into her domain. If it becomes known that the Queen is here, what do you all think would happen? And sure enough, Bai Yan's attention has been caught, just that it's only the look of someone confused by what they were hearing. Moreover, who doesn't know the one here in the Demon Mountain is very special? In fact, if there were no Queen, then maybe the position of Queen would have been hers instead. I'm only doing this out of concern for Her Royal Highness's safety. Paw. In a fit of rage, the first elder directly sends a slap across Jun Ruching's face over that outrageous statement. Now on her snowy white skin was the print of 5 fingers due to the impact. Ruching, you disappoint me. The elder sighs, exhausted by everything that's transpiring. He honestly thought his goddaughter could control her feeling for Di Tsang, but his expectations were wrong, very wrong. Can love really make a person lose their senses so easily? First elder, quell your anger first, I'm sure Ruching didn't mean to do what she did. The rest of the elders quickly steps in to help soothe the situation. They are aware of how sensible the fox woman could be at these times, yet this occasion went against all that they know of her. What's more, she has the audacity to frame Di Tsang. If word reaches the man's ear, a storm would ensue without a doubt. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. That's right, Ruching made a mistake, that's her fault no doubt. However, her intents were good in the end. If we must find some sort of fault here though, it would be her misconception of the Queen being a palace maid, otherwise, why would she come running to us for help? When Bai Yan heard the elder's persuasions, she actually gawked her mouth in surprise. Facing the ghastly white fox woman, Miss, have we met before? The elders are likewise startled by the question then. What does she mean by this? Didn't Ruching say she had tried to persuade Her Highness in not stepping into the Demon Mountain? What's this stuff about have we met? Son, have you seen her before? Bai Yan pulls her son in front of herself and made a deep smile. As the most adorable and lovable son of his mother, Bai Xiachen would of course not miss the meaning behind those words. Making the most devious and sly grin, "Mother, isn't she the lady in charge of sweeping the floor? I remember she was constantly squatting outside our place, to think she was the first elder's goddaughter." Turning to said elder, the baby boy then puts on the most dissatisfied face he could make. "Grandpa Elder, does my batty father know about this? Pushing your own goddaughter into being the cleaning lady is not right, you know." Guest of the Demon Mountain. 3. The boy's words may appear nominally on Jun Ruqing's side, but in fact it's to tell the elders one thing: during this period the woman has been stalking the White Moon Palace acting as a cleaning lady. Therefore, the lie of not knowing who the queen was becomes false. You're spouting lies." The fox woman cries out in desperation, falling into panic as she does so. "I have never disguised myself as a palace maid, you are framing me." Instead of being angered at being called a little liar, Bai Xiachen only popped his mouth into a shape like he's surprised as well. "So it's not Grandpa Elder who sent you to clean my home, it's you doing it on your own." "I'm sorry Grandpa Elder, it's my fault for wronging you." That said, the boy then sincerely bows his head like a good little kid. "I was too quick to judge earlier, my apologies for the mistake. Her outfit is simply too similar to the other palace maids, that's why I thought she was a cleaning lady when she was sweeping the floor with the broom." "Highness, you don't need to be so polite with us, after all, you didn't mean it." The first elder then shifted his attention back over to his goddaughter, who clearly lost control of the situation. "Ruqing, explain yourself this instant." She is Jun Ruqing," Bai Xiachen abruptly exclaims, showing a look of horror for some reason. Originally the fox woman was already trembling from her godfather's interrogation, but the boy's loud voice only made it worse. In that moment, she actually went numb and went to the knees. "Highness, do you know this goddaughter of mine?" Shifting to the little prince, the first elder asks. Making a tired look for the longest time, Bai Xiachen eventually speaks. "A few days ago, Huang Xiaoying came to find mother in order to make trouble. Fortunately Auntie was there also and stopped it before it could happen. Then after a confession due to duress, Huang Xiaoying came clean and revealed it was this woman who led her along, claiming mother had multiple affairs with other men before coming." Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. For the sake of his own tiger friend, Bai Xiachen could only keep the fact that Huang Xiaoying divulged everything for the sake of little rice. After all, it's not good for one's reputation to have a century-old lioness going after a baby cub, thus the blame could only fall on Di Xiaowan. Jun Ruqing. The first elder roars, "You got some nerve there, framing the queen behind her back. Do you think Sire's sight is blind or something? You think he wouldn't know the queen's character well?" Getting more and more flustered now, "Godfather, that Huang Xiaoying is framing me, I have done no such thing." Ho, are you taking me for a fool or thinking I have a twisted mindset? A brainless girl like that Huang Xiaoying could never hatch a plan of this scale or intricacy. The first elder has lost all the warmth from his voice, turning stern and serious like a figure of authority that he was. Meanwhile in the background, Bai Xiachen only watched in silence while holding Bai Yan's hand. Why do I keep getting the feeling that Huang Xiaoying would be very sad if she learns of the elder's opinion? Godfather, I am wrong, I know I am wrong, I beg you not to tell His Majesty about this. In a desperate plea, Jun Ruqing pulls against her godfather's sleeve, tears falling like a waterfall. If was in the past, the other elders present would have already stepped in to help out. However, the matter involves the royal family and the fault definitely lies with her. How could a girl who was so clever in the past become so vicious? Second elder, third elder, finding no hope from this angle, Jun Ruqing hurries to look elsewhere. You two must help. If things reach the king's ear, it will be the end of me. Guest of the Demon Mountain. 4. Thinking of the consequences, Jun Ruqing's face now grew extremely pale and could literally be described as a ghost. But regardless of her begging and head banging from the kowtowing, none of the elders would move. They only had disappointment left for the girl. Queen, the first elder sighs and cups his hand at Bai Yen. This is my fault for not disciplining her well, leading her to have such a distorted heart. I will personally report this to His Majesty, is that fine? Bai Yen didn't speak, only giving a silent nod before turning away with her son in tow. However, there are simply those who don't learn or understand their own mistakes. From out of nowhere in the back, Queen, I indeed made a mistake out of jealousy, but if I were you I wouldn't continue. I can't bear to watch you die. Covering that blazing hatred in her eyes now, the fox woman wants to make one final attempt at ruining Bai Yan's relationship. There are no lies about Sire's relationship with Lady Suzaku. If you insist on going up the Demon Mountain, you will surely die. That instantly causes June Ruching to stiffen over as she looked up to see that indifferent gaze shooting her way. I've already said it to this extent, how can she be so unfazed by this? It can't be. Does she really not care about His Majesty being with other females? Impossible, there's no woman in this world who would willingly allow their man to cheat on them, nor would they accept multiple wives to share their husband. Queen, you may not care about Sire having concubines in his harem, but Lady Suzaku will definitely care about your existence. Going all in now, June Ruching gnashes her teeth and didn't care anymore. After all, they've known each for so long already, you are merely a latecomer. The implication her words were that Suzaku should be the main wife while she's nothing but a third party who came in later to steal another woman's man. June Ruching, you are looking for death. The first elder has completely exploded with rage now. In his fit, the man actually sent a punch directly onto his goddaughter's chest and sent the fox woman flying across the grasses. Despite the trickling of blood coming out of her mouth, the jealous one had on a rather happy smirk in light of her dire situation. I won't let you have a good time either, even if it means my death. Lady Suzaku will definitely kill you. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Queen, don't listen to her nonsense. The first elder anxiously turns to Bai Yen, his voice urgent and afraid. Lady Suzaku can't be in a relationship with His Majesty, it's impossible. The possessive desire of a woman mustn't be underestimated, it's a terrible thing to meddle with, that much the first elder knew. However, the old man obviously thought too much of it this time. Is that it? The reason you cried out for me? Unfazed and without an ounce of care, Bai Yen mildly asks the defeated woman. Isn't that news big enough? June Ruching pops her eyes in disbelief. If there is nothing of importance, then don't call out to me again. As for you elders here, I'm sure I will get a proper answer for today's incident, am I right? Squinting her eyes to scan the group of old farts who came today, Bai Yan's warning tone takes them hostage like a knife. Subconsciously rubbing that neck like his head's about to roll, the first elder hurries to answer, Of course, Your Highness, Sire really loves you. The whole reason the palace harem remains empty to this date is all for your sake. Ho, June Ruching snorts then, not believing the statement from her godfather at all. How stupid can godfather be? There's no way this woman would believe such an obvious lie. After all, how can anyone foresee the future centuries away when the human woman hasn't even been born yet? Guest of the Demon Mountain, 5, oh, I know. As a result of that mild and indifferent way of answering from Bai Yen, June Ruching's last tinge of contempt was lost. Right now, there's only incredulous and disbelief in that face. Is the queen that stupid? Godfather's words are obviously there to deceive her, why would she believe that nonsense? The other elders also exchanged looks of oddity, for they didn't expect such shameless words either from their leader. Furthermore, they never thought the queen to believe it too. This point immediately sent the fox woman into a terrible shake. Indeed, the matter of her identity was a big sore spot in her mind. Take Huang Xiaoying for example. There's been multiple occasions where she would have liked to be in the same situation, make plenty of trouble and still have her old man clean up the mess. But she couldn't. She's only a daughter of a small little general that perished. By coincidence and by fate, she was then accepted as the goddaughter of the first elder due to her cleverness and ability to please. Ha! Out of the blue, June Ruching just laughed and made the most painful face anyone has ever seen her made. If my identity is not worthy, then what about hers? Pointing straight to Bai Yen with that accusing finger, her actions were damning and caused her godfather to turn green. But before the old man could explode again, the moment was cut short by a female call of a bird from within the mountain valley. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. This absolutely delighted the fox woman till she's openly laughing in a maniacal manner. Do you all hear that? That's Lady Suzaku's bird call. This woman is doomed for stealing from the Demon Mountain. There's no way she would let this person leave even if she is the queen. Suzaku has killed every female who tried to seduce the king that came here. There's no way this would be any different. From within the void, an enraged and rumbling voice quickly drifted over, causing everyone's heart to go numb from fright. Who is coming to my Demon Mountain to make trouble? They are asking for death. It was so hard to be reunited with the queen. How dare they come and interrupt our great reunion? It's just that. When Suzaku swept her sharp gaze across the field in this valley, her face quickly caught sight of the target of her fealty, which also causes her to become doubtful and confused. Does this group know the queen? If so, touching them won't be so good then. Lady Suzaku! June Ruching cries out, her eyes showing joy after seeing the elder's ghastly expression. You are finally here. This woman not only came to steal from the Demon Mountain, she is also delusional enough to want to become the queen of the demon realm. Please punish her. The vermilion bird just gawked like her brain just went poof. What? Queen have always been the mistress of this realm, what delusion and want. Clearly 1,000 years of experience hasn't prepared Suzaku for this level of stupidity. Ruching, if you be good and walk away with me now, I can still save you out of consideration for our bond through the years. But if you continue to tarnish the queen's name, then don't blame me for being cold and not helping you. Whatever comes next is your own doing. No matter how disappointed he was of this fox woman, the first elder still wanted to give her a final chance to save herself from utter destruction. Godfather, I don't know what you are talking about. Flickering a vicious light in her eyes, June Ruching didn't give a hoot and presses on with her nonsense. Everyone knows Lady Suzaku is in love with His Majesty. Now that someone is trying to steal the queen's throne, it's only to be expected that her ladyship would be enraged. Guest of the Demon Mountain, 6, even if I can't escape my imminent death, I still won't let her do any better. Thinking of this, June Ruching's eyes are now openly hostile. As for Suzaku the vermilion bird, she was even more confused and lost. The only thing running through this glamorous woman's head now was that last comment and the fear of what it entailed. Stinking bitch, what are you talking about? In her urgent rage, she quickly steps out from the void and lashes out in defense of herself. When did I like the king? Why did I never know I liked the king? Making a dismissive smile, the fox woman only took this as the other side being shy and didn't want to let everyone know. But it doesn't matter, her goal has been achieved, for the impression's been made regarding Bai Yen as the third-party thief. Yet, the next action from Suzaku went against everything that's been planned. Her resentfulness was displayed fully in the glare she shot over to the criminal responsible for this mess, which only got emphasized when Suzaku turned back to Bai Yen with a tearful and pitiful face. If one didn't know better, they might just assume she's being abandoned by her husband that caught her cheating and was now in the middle of trying to make excuses. Bai Yen on the other hand only felt increasingly uncomfortable under that look. Rubbing her arms like she's just got the goosebumps, you insulted Ditsang just now, you know. What do you think he would do if he learns of it? That immediately caused a horrible change in Suzaku's face. She has always found the opposite sex disgusting, that's why she ended up saying that sentence without forethought. However, that doesn't excuse the fact that the man she's so jealous of was the king and husband to the woman whom she's sworn absolute loyalty to. Sister Suzaku, you just scolded Batty father, especially while in front of mother. If he learns of what you did, he will definitely come pluck your feathers. All smiles, the little steam bun just had to chime in at the worst possible moment. Going stiff like a rock, Suzaku's face had fallen into full panic mode. Don't assume just because Deetsang has lost his memories of the past that he would turn a blind eye to this transgression. Whenever it's related to Bai Yan, the man always stands at the forefront and would plow through any obstacle or threat. And now, she's insulted him right in front of the biggest taboo possible. It'd be a miracle if he doesn't chop her to pieces and make some roast chicken out of it. Shoo! Queen, you have to help me. Suzaku then pulls at Bai Yan's hand, her face pitiful and crying, you have to save me from the king. If you don't, then I will die in front of you. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Stop crying already. Scanning the people present, her gaze carefully swept across everyone while making a heavy grin. If I don't say it, and they don't say it, who do you think will tell him then? As long as she doesn't tattle, then these old-timers are sure to keep their mouths shut lest they want to get on her bad side. Phew, then that's great. Heaving a long sigh of relief, the vermilion bird lady swiftly returns to her old confident self as she eyed the criminal responsible for her misfortune. Under that squinting stare, Jun Ruqing's face had lost all the blood from it. No, impossible. Lady Suzaku clearly likes the king, otherwise why else would she kill off all those females who tried to seduce his majesty? And why is she acting like a little wife before the queen? You are called Jun Ruqing. Suzaku's snarl has now formed an intimidating smile, thus allowing the bloodthirsty light to practically shine out of her iris. What, do you have an opinion about my guest? Widening her eyes in disbelief, the fox woman ends up stumbling backwards till she finally falls to the floor. I wouldn't dare. Not dare. Suzaku's smile was now baring teeth and releasing a suffocating aura of murder across the landscape. You're already trying to frame her by saying she's here to steal the Demon Mountain's treasure. She is my guest. If she wants, everything here is hers to take. What else do you have to say for yourself? The horror on Jun Ruqing's face only grew worse. The treasures in the Demon Mountain is hers to take. Why is Lady Suzaku treating this human woman so differently? Sister Suzaku, she likes my batty father, and slandered my mother about having multiple affairs behind his back. Looking up at the glamorous woman who only grew more furious with every word, Bai Xiaochen intends to add as much fuel to the fire as possible. Why are there so many people out there who wants to take my old pops away? Guest of the Demon Mountain, 7, that's so. Suzaku then raises a I got it smile, you want to use me to crush your rival, hence the reason why you framed me about liking his majesty. The fox woman wanted to back off again after that statement. Sadly for her though, there's nowhere left to back off to due to the big tree in the back. Unfortunately, pressing a few steps forward, the vermilion bird changes her smile to a sinister one that raised all the hair against her victim. Suzaku, hate being used by others. Bang! In a sweep of her hand, a flaming ball of heat promptly flew out and smashed right into Jun Ruqing's chest. You can all scram now. Shifting her sharp gaze to the elders next, by the way, tell sire that the queen will be staying at the Demon Mountain for a while. After saying that, Suzaku was just about to turn when guilt got the better of her. Remember to tell him this is Her Highness's will, she promised me to stay. In case the man would think I've kidnapped his family and come fight me for her. Making a meek smile, the first elder didn't want to go any deeper. All right, I will definitely report the truth to His Majesty. As for my goddaughter. Issuing out a long helpless sigh, you can do as you please with Ruqing, I won't interfere or be involved anymore. Ho, downright rude in her response, Suzaku lays it down bluntly. You can't get involved even if you want. Now scram. For Di Zhang it's fear, for Bai Yan it's respect. However, for everyone else, she's not going to give a hoot about the rest. And sure enough, the members of the Demon Council promptly backed out of the mountain valley, leaving behind the still horrified fox demoness to fend for herself. Queen, how should we deal with this woman? Rubbing her chin, Suzaku asks. Still indifferent as usual, Bai Yan only shot a single glance at the person. You can do as you see fit. I need to go refine these ingredients while they are still fresh. I fear I won't have any time to deal with her. Okay, all smiles, then I will make sure she regrets the decision for the rest of her life. June Ruching's iris magnified as a result of the intense fear, that voice shaking. No. I don't want to die. I beg you, please let me go. Despite the repeated pleading, the fox demoness actually broke out into a hysterical laughter afterwards. Queen, you will not be able to get what you want. Do you think that His Majesty really loves you? If not for you shamelessly giving birth to this brat, you think Sire would have accepted you? Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Shut up. Suzaku's face got cold and murderous. In the next second, a gulf of flame promptly seeped out of the floor to devour June Ruching's entire existence, burning her and searing that soul. Though the pain was so immense that it had completely distorted the woman's face, the look in those eyes were release and success. Not missing this strange behavior, Suzaku sneered and laughed at the target. You want to irritate me and have me kill you immediately? Too bad for you, it won't go as you wish. My vermilion flame can burn infinitely so long as I will it, all the while healing and damaging you at the same time. You can enjoy a month of this pain before I'm done with you. Ha ha ha. Ah. From within the burning flame, June Ruching's voice have already become hoarse and ghostly, making it all the more hair-raising as it resounded across the mountain. You will all pay for this. Pay for this, you hear me? Bai Yan, don't think for a second Suzaku can protect you forever on this demon mountain. There are plenty more like me who wants to be the queen. There is bound to be one who will take your life. While curses and the smell of burning flesh and soul made up the background, Bai Yan on the other hand never once turned back like she's oblivious to the torturous scene. Mother, looking up like he's worried for some reason, Bai Xiaochen attempts to make some comforting words. Don't listen to that evil woman. Baddie father only have you in his eyes, I'm only second fiddle. Guest of the Demon Mountain, 8. Bai Yan went stiff over that sentence, her eyes showing a glint of surprise. Are you worried that I will be affected by the words of that person? Not answering for a while, the little steam bun appears to be troubled and was trying to think of a proper response. You silly, petting her son's hair, Bai Yan turns it around to comfort the boy instead. As if your mother I would be so easily manipulated by others. For some reason, when Bai Yan heard her son's sentence there, she had a strange feeling it's full of grief. Didn't you dislike him before? Why you helping him so much now? Tilting that little head of his, it's true I don't like Baddie father. He not only bullies me, he also bit mother. I would never bite mother like that. It must hurt, right? In the eyes of this youngling, the biggest impression he has of Di Zhang was the fact that he forcefully kissed Bai Yan. Well, to him it only looked like a ferocious bite and nothing more. But, Bai Xiaochen then bursts into a gleeful smile. Baddie father is able to protect mother. As long as he can protect you, then I don't care. Anyone who can protect you is fine in my book. That instantly brought on a wave of warmth into Bai Yan's heart. Smiling straight to her eyes, I'm so happy to have a son like you. Let's go, this time I must succeed in creating that pill. Once I do, I can then have an immediate breakthrough. K. Inside the Snake Clan's home, an old man was currently sitting there with his knees crossed. Due to how weak that body was, one could barely tell he was alive if not for that small sound of breathing. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Ancestor, I just got a message from Qing Shui. She is asking when she can come back. A middle-aged man asks after pushing open the door to this room. Note: Qing Shui is the other snake woman who wants to make trouble from that incident. Going bitter in his lip, the one known as the ancestor of these snakes could only close his eyes. I'm afraid she can't come back anymore. Frowning over that answer, what is the meaning of this? Qing Wan made a mistake, that's true, and it's her problem. There's no reason for the entire snake clan to be involved. Does sire really intend to punish our entire family over one single woman's fault? Ha, snake ancestor just made a wry smile again. If only that was the case. Sadly, Qing Wan had summoned me over during the confrontation, and I too made the mistake of moving against the queen at that time. Considering His Majesty's personality, you think he would let us off? But it's already been a few days since he returned to the demon realm. Ancestor, are you sure you're not overthinking this? The middle-aged man then chuckles slightly, like he's not willing to believe what's happening. As if His Majesty would wipe out our entire snake clan for a woman. What's more, we're preparing to attack the celestial realm. Why would sire weaken his own strength? The old snake shakes his head and shatters that illusion. Qing Feng, the man didn't come during this period, not because he couldn't, rather he feels no urgency to do so. Once he's done tending to the other matters at hand, he will definitely come dispose of our clan. After saying this, the said senior becomes too tired to keep his eyes open and closes them. And, considering the man's strength at the time, he could have easily killed me back then. Yet he left me alive. What for? It's to deal with me in person after he returns to the demon realm. Guest of the Demon Mountain, 9, that useless Qing Wan. If she wants to be the queen, then it can't be so blatant. Fortunately, our snake clans still have Qing Shui. If she can escape this calamity, then the position will definitely be hers in the future. Qing Feng was ready to refute the ancestral snake again when a flustered voice from the outside interrupted him. Chief, this is not good. It's His Majesty. He's demanding your presence and is ordering you to crawl over to him. What? The middle-aged man shuddered at the news. It can't be. Ancestor is right and intends to wipe out our entire snake clan. Yes, Ancestor. Closing his eyes, the man bows his head in compliance before turning away for the door. The main lobby of the snake clan's home. Qing Feng had just stepped into the hall when he was immediately confronted with the peerless contour of the mentioned man. Sire. Trembling all over, the snakish individual hurries to scurry forward with no way to speak. Against that presence, all his excuses and words were lost in that instant. You snakes are really bold, you know, daring to touch my wife and child even. The cruel and bloodthirsty light beams out of Di Tsang's eyes as he spoke, or have the years of peace completely muddled the snake's awareness? The original snake family here was no more than slaves working under the protection of the demon realm, the lowest of the low. In fact, most of the other racial clans were free to give them a few kicks whenever they pleased. That's how low they were and how powerful the old clans were. For example, the dragon and phoenix race alone were enough to make the snake clan cry for mercy. Sire, this is entirely the fault of Qing Wan. She has already paid the price. Clearly trembling in that voice, Qing Feng wanted to pray for some kind of help right now. Please have mercy on our clan. I promise none of our members would ever do something so foolish again, like going after the position of being the queen. Di Tsang only sneered at that lie, as if a simple Qing Wan would have the courage to do what she did. Don't think I wouldn't know. I'm perfectly aware of your entire clan's scheme by this point, including many others as well. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. Qing Feng was stiff as a rock over the last part. Why is His Majesty so heartless? It's common for a man to have multiple wives in this day and age. What's wrong with us wanting to send a member of our clan to his side? Someone come. Expressionless and unreadable, Di Tsang coldly calls out to his minions. Sire, please give your command. The leader of the group that came with him promptly answered. The snakes dare to scheme against the royal family. The crime is treason and shall be punished with death. None is to live today. None is to live today. That look, that tone, it's so cold and heartless that it's like the entire clan of snakes in the demon realm were dispensable extras. But in truth, they're not and would greatly cause a hurdle to his grand plan of invading the celestial realm. Even so, their behavior has completely violated his bottom line, a step that never should have been taken. Sire. Qing Feng slams to the ground in a begging posture, please have mercy. Attacking the celestial realm requires a lot of manpower and the forces must be in great shortage. Our snakes will definitely be useful in your great plan, please forgive us this time and allow us to make amends. Guest of the Demon Mountain, 10, looking down at the middle-aged snake, Ditsang's tone was cold and oppressive, do you know why I'm attacking the celestial realm? Startled there for a second, Qing Feng looks up in amazement over the strange question. It can't be, the reason is not because he's irritated by the hypocrites in that realm. Not missing the dilemma surrounding his prey's mind, Ditsang's first reaction was to smile even more deeply, making his face all the more terrifying to those looking. It's because my wife wants to place the celestial realm under her feet, his voice rises to a domineering level, so, do you think I would let you snakes get away with harming her? For her alone, he's willing to turn heaven and earth to get what she wants. Now imagine the crime of trying to take her life. This snake clan was screwed. The sole reason he's making the entire demon realm attack the celestial realm is because his wife wishes for it. For a single woman. No. Raising that shocked head to meet Ditsang's, this snake who now carries the burden of keeping his clan from utter destruction felt helpless and scared. Panic now reigns over his heart. I must inform Qing Shui of this, she must get away. The king is mad. For a single woman, for his queen, he's willing to sacrifice all of us. Your Majesty, I beg you to give me a few more days. Afterwards, I will personally come to the palace to meet my end. Banging his head hard against the floorboard, Qing Feng's forehead now riddles the ground with his oozing blood. Still cold and indifferent, Ditsang was unmoved. I've returned to the demon realm for well over a few days already, any mercy I have is already given. We're finished. Despair now fills the snake's eye. He had wanted to take the last opportunity to inform Qing Shui to give up on getting revenge, but not even that was given. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. This time our clan is done for. Begin. Upon those words, the man's very existence seems to grow exponentially more dangerous, suffocating those that's unfortunate enough to be nearby. Yes, sire. Moving forward, the guards quickly surrounded the residence with no room for escape. This left Qing Feng utterly bitter inside, for he never thought such a day would come. Ignoring everything, their clan should have deserved better, especially when they're the ones who found the princess years ago. Sire. A voice suddenly rushes in from the outside, followed quickly by a flushed personal who clearly ran a long way. Sire, the queen has gone to the demon mountain. Slightly wrinkling his forehead, The one in the demon mountain would never harm her. But, the guard anxiously looks up like he's afraid to speak. Jun Ruqing claimed the purpose of Her Royal Highness coming to the demon realm is to steal the treasures from the demon mountain, that's why the elders are currently chasing up to her right now. Ditsang's complexion sank until it's dreadfully dark. That oppressive aura was tangibly visible now, making it all the more frightening for the messenger. Then by the time the person wanted to explain the part about Suzaku already disposing of the mess, it was too late, the demon lord's already gone. This is bad. The messenger's face was ghastly pale. I didn't have time to finish the story yet. Why did the king leave so quick? If His Majesty misunderstands and assumed the elders were going there to help that Jun Ruqing, then I will be the one responsible for the fault. Love, 1, First Elder. On the demon mountain, the first elder was in the middle of rushing down to the place when he overheard the call from his brothers who were trying to keep up with his pace. Is there anything else you guys want to ask? One of the old men present hesitates for a while before asking, did you know ahead of time that Lady Suzaku wouldn't trouble Her Highness? Giving the rest a long look, the leader of this bunch eventually nods, confirmation their suspicion of why their leader would be so certain Jun Ruching was lying back there. There are some things that can't be said in one go. Back then I was still very young, so I'm not entirely in on the full story, so only the state teacher does regarding the state of everything. However, I do know enough that Lady Suzaku would never harm the queen. The one who just passed us, is that the king? The man's face was terribly pale at the thought. It seems to be him, another elder gulped. Why do I have the feeling someone is going to suffer very soon? Under the glowing white light of the landscape on this demon mountain, the red burning flame that's created under the power of the vermilion bird was exceptionally out of place. This was the prison and punishment for the fox demoness. King. The fox painfully murmurs after discovering the purplish silvery figure that arrived just moments ago. In all honesty, she had thought the chance to meet this man would never come again, but that hope was merely her own illusion, for Di Tsang's gaze right now could only be called cruel and dangerous. In fact, it's downright dangerous in how bloodshot red it was, a typical angry beast that's ready to pounce at its prey and rip it to shreds. And sure enough, Di Tsang didn't wait and reached out to rip the woman out of the flames in one forceful tug of his power. Sire, I knew you wouldn't be so heartless to me. Giving a hopeful light in her iris, Jun Ruching was overjoyed at being freed from her burning prison. Visit my site on Patranslation if you wish to read ahead of public releases. That's right, no matter what, I'm still the goddaughter of the first elder. There's no way the king would be so passionless. So you are Jun Ruching. The man's voice was low and hoarse that instantly captivated the woman. Sire, I've longed for you since the very first moment I saw you. Now that you've saved me, I can only repay the debt by bestowing myself to you. I will beam. From out of the blue, 2 hot rays of searing light shoots out of the man's hand and enters the fox demoness's eye, causing her to scream out in excruciating pain. But why? Trembling in the lip, her body recedes back to the old tree that had cornered her during Bai Yan's confrontation. Because of that blood seeping out of her eye sockets and the grief-filled face, that entire appearance now had nothing left of the seductive and charming image she portrayed to those around herself.